come to order. We're meeting today to consider the estimates for the Department of Agriculture as outlined in Resolution E1. Resolution E1 reads, resolved that a sum not exceeding $40,613,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimates. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture, you have 1 hour for your opening remarks. Unmute your mic, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What time is it that we started, so we'll know how long we've got?
The time is 12:36.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to be here to present the estimates and conversation around agriculture in the province of Nova Scotia. Last year, 2020, our cash receipts from farms was almost $600 million. That included dairy, poultry, eggs, which amounted to about half of the farm receipts. And the other ones, the field crops, were approximately 36 million. There was blueberries with the large number, cattle, several other products, fresh apples, furs, nursery stock, and other things. Excuse me just 1 second. Yes, and we have primary agriculture employment in the province is roughly 6,000 people. That doesn't count the spin-off industries in the industry. Agriculture is the 3rd largest export category in Nova Scotia. The largest exporters are fishing industry of around 2.2 billion, Michelin Tire, and then it's our fishing industry. And the exports in agriculture were around $400 million last year. Our major markets are the US, Germany, Netherlands, and China. And all those markets are continually growing. The exports, of course, as you know, add a lot of economic benefit to the province and indeed to the economy overall. Wild blueberry exports topped the exports at $151 million. That's 42% of all agricultural exports. Export leader, of course, as I already said, is fisheries, and we're very proud of that. We initiated a program 2 years ago, I believe, or maybe 3 years ago, called the Small Farm Accelerator Program. The idea of this program is to get people to transform from being a small, maybe hobby farm or a small farm that couldn't reach commercial size. So we've taken that idea and we put special programs together to work with any farm that's under $150,000 in sales. And that has been very successful. To date, we've had over 100 participants in this program, and some of them are very near the 150,000 mark, which will put them outside of that into regular programs. It's been very successful, and we're the first ones in the country that have done that. And it's been important for the small industries and the industry and overall for succession planning, and indeed for a young person or individuals or even someone that's retired to get into commercial farming. It's a stepping stone. This is being watched by many of the other provinces, and considering the success we've had, I know several of them are looking at doing this. And this program has been funded under the Canadian Agricultural Partnership. I want to talk about the wine sector. The wine sector is very exciting, very interesting. It has been just some history on that. Nova Scotia wine has been in production unbelievably for 410 years. That's hard to believe. And we just discovered that recently, and they're going to celebrate their 410th anniversary this year. And it started in Bear River, Nova Scotia. And that's 200 years ahead of Ontario and 250 years ahead of BC. These are critical milestones for Nova Scotia. And as we always talk about our emerging wine industry, and unfortunately, the other parts of the country got ahead of us in the meantime. So we're very fortunate to have a very unique climate in Nova Scotia, very talented winemakers, and world-class products in Nova Scotia. We want to grow the industry through strategic investments and export development. That is why we've developed a Nova Scotia wine quality strategy, and we'll be investing $4.5 million over the next 5 years. The strategy will include the investment in a wine authority to administer Nova Scotia's wine standard program. We've been developing a quality program in Nova Scotia for our high quality wines for about 2 years now. We've hired the best experts in the world in quality. And during their work, we found out that we do have a unique thing in Nova Scotia. Everybody knows Tidal Bay and knows it very well. We found out that Tidal Bay is probably the only true appellation wine in North America. And that I give a lot of credit to the people that started the Tidal Bay wine and the idea of Tidal Bay wine many, many years ago. And it's really important that we get recognized for that. And with our quality program put in place, we'll have one of the highest wine quality standards in the world, which will mean in return for that, higher benefit to the producers of the wine, higher prices, and indeed a standard that the rest of the world will try to achieve. Well, that's quite a feat, considering the 500, 600, or 1,000 years in some cases, winemaking history ahead of us. And we have to look at Nova Scotia as a true opportunity. Our wines are typically better quality than anywhere else in Canada, indeed North America, and in some cases on any place in the world. We recently received a trade challenge from Australia and some other European countries. And I totally believe that challenge has nothing to do with what we were doing, but more to do to trying to put a slowdown on our development of our highest quality wines. The highest price ever paid for Nova Scotia wine, including all imports, was to Benjamin Bridge. They sold 500 bottles in 24 hours, $285 a bottle. And every time I mention this to the owner of Benjamin Bridge, he said, "Keith, don't tell me again. I know I should have sold them for a lot higher price than I would have got the price." And this is something can be repeated by many of our wineries. Incredible quality and incredible recognition of the industry. And as we look and we can expand into other markets across Canada, internationally, this is going to help us tremendously. We worked with the industry on a replanting program for growers, which will replace the older vines, which is going to be part of the $4.5 million we're doing over the 5 years. More marketing, and indeed more help for the wineries to achieve the goals they have. We just finished our 4-year, $12 million vineyard expansion program, which focused on expansion of vineyards, wineries, innovation, quality, and market. And this is part of our outcome of that program, is the wine quality program and new markets. So the new investments will target again, building a strong future. In the time we need more exports in the province, and we need more opportunities to sell our products inside of Nova Scotia and to the rest of Canada. So we need to build on our capacity to supply grapes here in Nova Scotia to support the growth of the industry. And that is happening. Since 2017, there's 263 new acres of vineyards have been planted. And we just don't randomly plant vineyards anymore. There have to be very specific types of vines to produce a grape that's going to give us a high quality wine. Wine sales are 24.3 million, including 412 million in exports. We feel that number can easily be doubled over the next few years. We have 74 grape growers, 25 farm wineries, and support 640 direct jobs and spin-off jobs in 2019. Our acreage has grown from 640 acres in 2012 to 1,200 acres now, 99% increase. And we've worked again with our loan board to make sure that there's payments of our loans in place, that the payments lower interest rates to help the vineyard development expansion program, also to bridge any funding they need. Not all, along with the major Canadian wines and grape producing regions, Nova Scotia has founding members that helped establish first ever national wine and grape cluster, focused on the research and development. 5 lead projects led by Nova Scotia are included in the cluster. This also helped us to gain another $3.4 million in research and projects, soil health, improved plant genetics, and disease resistance. This research also helps our agriculture industry. And as I've already spoken about, it's exciting to see that Nova Scotia has the longest history of growing grapes and winemaking in Canada, if not in North America. Another very important organization to the province of Nova Scotia is 4-H. We're so proud to work with 4-H, and we have been working with 4-H for many, many years. And our staff has been provided services and indeed work closely with 4-H. This year will be the first year, full year of 4-H taking on their own responsibilities. And this is quite unique. This is not something that we went to 4-H and said, are you interested in doing this? Just the opposite. 4-H came to us. They took over Camp Rankin with our support and our continued support a few years ago, and indeed have changed that substantially to the point that it's more successful than ever. And again, it's run by volunteers as well as paid staff in the summertime that really allow the young people to enjoy 4-H as a group, a large group. And anyone that hasn't seen Camp Rankin, you should definitely take a time when COVID gets alleviated so we can have time. You can appreciate just how wonderful a thing it is. And Mr. Chairman, as a member from Cape Breton, you would have that with great pride, I'm sure. It's a testament to the Cape Breton Island and to 4-H altogether. So what they did, they came to us about 2 or 3 years ago, I guess, and they said, we want to take over all of the 4-H activities. And they came to us with a budget I thought was a little bit too low, considering the things that they're going to take on. And we came to a conclusion with them that we would provide them $460,000 annually to establish them to take over administration and strategic leadership of the 4-H programming in Nova Scotia. So that has been very successful, and this year will be the first full year of that happening. We're very excited about that. We will still be supporting in-kind support with our staff at all levels with 4-H. I think it's one of the best programs that we could ever have in place for young people in the province, and would encourage anyone that wants to see a young person grow and prosper and really shine. 4-H is the organization. I always tease when I go to a 4-H event and indicate that they have so many young people and great speakers, and I hate to go after them because it's a high standard you've got to follow, and I'm telling you, they really, really do a great job. So to them, I want to thank them very much for the great work they do for our families in Nova Scotia, and the great work they do with young people to really bring them forward and express their opportunities and things they can do, that not only in agriculture, but in many fields. I want to thank my agriculture extension coordinators. We have 6 staff in the province that live all over the province in different locations. And that's intentional to make sure they are in the agricultural areas and are supporting our agriculture on farm and our processing activities. These staff typically will travel to farms, processing facilities, get a pulse on what's happening, see what they need, and indeed see what they require to make sure that they can bring that information back to us, and also help them with the Canadian Agriculture Partnership applications, help them take soil samples, whatever is necessary. And this is a program that was eliminated a few years ago, and we've reintroduced it again. And I can tell you, working with these very energetic and enthusiastic staff members, they're an organization, part of an organization I'm very proud of, and I'm very proud of all our staff. We've done a lot of work in innovation. We've done an incredible job in conjunction with our industry partners, and I stress with our industry partners, not just us, finding new market opportunities, increase visibility of products in China, Asia, Europe, the European Union, and even exploring new markets in the US. We're very excited about those activities, and they're paying off. We're also working with different organizations such as the Christmas tree growers in Nova Scotia. Actually, they have developing a new smart Christmas tree that was started before they came to our department a few years ago, and that will change how we do business with Christmas trees. We're very excited with the Christmas tree growers this year. They've had the best year in history when it comes to sales, and indeed in HRM, anyone that doesn't live in HRM should be aware that we pretty well ran out of trees in HRM this year, and I think that's the first time in history that's ever happened. And that's good news. I think more people stayed home instead of traveling out of the country, and that's really helped our market. But not only that, we've been talking to some of the growers, and they're indicating their export markets are so high that they don't even know if they're going to have enough trees to supply either the domestic market or the export markets. And that is very good news. The Christmas tree growers are incredibly good to deal with. We put a program together with our Growing Tomorrow Fund to do a lot of great things, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. Wild blueberries was a problem a number of years ago. They came, the growers are coming, they weren't making any money, the sales were too low. Our warehouses were full of blueberries and freezers all over North America. And the market didn't appear to be there. So working with the producers and with the Bragg Enterprises and Millens and other producers and processors, that has become an incredible success. Our problem this year is I don't think we'll have enough blueberries to supply the market. So that is good and bad. It's good in the fact that the price of our blueberries will go up in the fields and help our farmers, which desperately is needed. It's bad because we may lose some market share. But in the meantime, we've been working with the blueberry producers to develop new products, new ideas, and I will talk about those a little bit later. We've also been actively assisting the maple industry, pork industry, beef industry, and sheep sectors, developing and implementing new strategic plans, and also new business approach to run their business, hopefully make them a lot more profitable. Again, some of those fields like the pork industry was hit hard with COVID. Overall, the other industries have done quite well for that. I'll talk about wild blueberries again here a little bit. Again, at $151 million in 2020 export sales. We're very happy, and that didn't happen by accident. That happened by very extensive marketing in Asia, China. We're always very strong in Japan, but we had no penetration whatsoever in China. Also in improving the export market activities in European Union. And we've had increased sales in all those, and for the first time ever in China. The Chinese market has turned out to be a very significant market with hundreds of container loads of frozen blueberries being sent to China on a regular basis. So as we did this, we've also looked at different ways to sell it. The fresh, we're looking at different fresh wild blueberry products, frozen as we've already done, and value-added products. And we've seen a lot of those things happen. I put a government notice of motion in today, congratulating one of the companies that's working with the blueberry industry to develop new products. And that's just one, several. They're going to sales domestically as well. For two, we're working on that. So that is also coming. We also developed a wild blueberry wine for the marketplace in Asia and other countries. Now, blueberries, if anyone that does not realize it, the blueberry, it doesn't matter what format it's in, it still has the same health benefits as if you take a fresh berry and eat it off the bush, or you freeze it, you crush it, you put it into powder, you make even blueberry wine, and it still has the same health benefits, which are very significant. Probably the healthiest and superfood that ever existed. So that has been something we've been working on closely. So as we move forward in that industry, I talked about this last year as well. This has become a continuous super success story, and we need to replicate, and we're trying to replicate, and we'll replicate that in other marketplaces and other products. When I talk about the ministers' conference that we started last year in agriculture, we had the first annual ministers' conference in Halifax last year. And maybe some of you attended. I hope you had a chance to. Legislature was open at that time, so pretty difficult for all of us to get there. We had 800 people attend. We were hoping for 100. We got 800. It was a two-day conference that allowed people to network with each other and also have a tremendous chance to talk about new technology, meet market experts from all over the world in science and marketing, you name it. This year, unfortunately, due to COVID, we have to run a digital conference. And we were running topics this year, and they've already started. And we've got really good take-up. These are 90-minute events, and anyone's welcome to join them and see what they're all about. They will be recorded and put up online when we're finished. And some of the things we've been looking at is the consumer trends, climate change, of course, innovation adaptation, and advancing the role of women in agriculture. All these are extremely important topics. And I will say, as personal experience with this, all these things that we do to work with other ideas and technologies has really changed the dynamic in the agriculture industry, making people more interested in new technology, new ideas. And indeed, you can see a shift already happening. We have to make that shift, especially with the climate changes coming, and especially with COVID that we're going to be dealing with probably for many, many years. So these things are very important. The change of we're talking to people in the world that are leaders in certain types of technology, and we're starting now to adopt that technology in Nova Scotia, which is extremely exciting. We have issues with labor. We always have issues with labor. We always have a severe labor shortage. It's hard to find local people that want to work. Thank goodness we can bring temporary foreign workers in to the province. And last year was quite challenging with COVID. This year, we announced yesterday that the foreign workers will come in. They will be isolated in hotels that are set up for this, and one person per one room. The province will be subsidizing the cost of a stay in the hotel, and will also make sure that the proper testing is done. This will take a burden, financial burden off the farmers. And indeed, some of that money, I believe we can recuperate from the federal government, which would be a fantastic way to start. This will help our farmers to make sure we can get crops in the field. And after we get them in the field, we can get them harvested. This year, it looks like we're going to have enough workers to come in. Last year, thanks to New Brunswick coming up with a policy of not bringing any temporary farm workers in, we managed to get some of theirs. So that really helped us when we needed them the worst. It really hurt the farmers in New Brunswick, but it was great for us. We work with Perennia, our department, the Federation of Agriculture, Department of Health, Department of Labor, Advanced Education, to set up the isolation programs and protocols for temporary farm workers in Nova Scotia. It's really been a team effort. I want to personally thank everybody on that team. We've had excellent cooperation with all different categories and different departments. And the turnaround time on answers is not your typical turnaround. It's been just a few hours and sometimes a few minutes to get answers. And if we need to come up with a new type protocol, they're there to help us and work with us proactively to make sure that Nova Scotians stay safe, and so do the temporary farm workers, that we can have a sustainable, safe food supply in the industry. And I also want to thank the farmers themselves for the great work that they have done on the temporary farm worker issue, ensuring that they have excellent housing and excellent opportunities to work on our farms in the province. One of the things we're trying to do to get some more workers in the province is a student bursary program, which we put in place a couple of years ago. It's an on-farm bursary program that rewards students to work on farms throughout the summer. And not just the summer, they can work on the farms even after school, whenever it is. This provides an employment connection between farms and students. And we're hoping some of these students will go into agriculture and make it a career, whether it be working on a farm, owning a farm, being a scientist, or anything else that's associated, maybe a veterinarian even. All really good career opportunities, and maybe some of them even work for our department someday. The program provides $500 to $1,000 worth of bursaries based on the hours worked towards educational fees for the students. And the money is forwarded directly to the educational institution of their choice, wherever they're going to go to school. And that includes outside and inside the province and community colleges, as well as universities. It's put in their fund so they can use to pay their tuition, buy the books, whatever they need to do. It's been a great program. We have the same program in place in fisheries, and the one in agriculture as well as fisheries is administered by our program staff at agriculture for both departments. And it gives us a great opportunity to give young people a chance to see what it's like to work on a farm. And this costs the farmers no money. It's 100% funded by the province. Talk briefly about climate change. We need to really look at climate change, and we've been doing that. Very concerned about food security into the future. I've been talking several years about food security in the province of Nova Scotia. Never imagining that COVID would come along and make this so relevant. And I thought it would be some kind of a natural disaster, or something would happen outside of a disease that would stop the flow of trucks into Nova Scotia. We have so many trucks coming in to Nova Scotia bringing the food supply in. And indeed was a disease instead, and the others are still real possibilities. We hope they don't happen. So we really are working hard to make sure we can have enough food in the province, produced in our province, to ensure that we have an actual food supply when we need it. And through COVID, we never talked about this through the COVID problem, but we came very, very close more than once in that whole process early on of running out of beef, pork, and some other products that were being processed outside the province. They were shut down, the plants were shut down for extended periods of time. And there was a real risk. Fortunately, we had some locally licensed abattoirs in Nova Scotia that worked a full tilt to get product on the shelves in the place they could sell them. And the farmers did an exceptional job to help our food security. But these are real things, and these are things that are happening, and things that most people take for granted. You go to the grocery store and you look for a steak and it's always there. Well, I can tell you during COVID, it almost wasn't there, and zero meat on the shelf, along with some other products. And that's still a risk of that today. I'm also very pleased that we just recently announced a $5 million program over the next 2 years to support our efforts to combat climate change, as I've already been talking about, and also lengthen our growing season. Again, it's all about food security while reducing energy costs and making our farms even greener than they are today. All these things will help the industry become more profitable, so they can take that money and reinvest in their farms and more efficient equipment and processes, such as lighting, ventilation, all kinds of different things can help. More efficient heating and cooling systems can greatly reduce greenhouse gas emissions, while at the same time making a farm more profitable. We'll be launching the applications for that in April, and we're looking forward to some really innovative approaches and to change to make our industries more profitable and extend the growing season. Growing season extension is critical. We do have at least one greenhouse in the province now that's going to a year-round operation. That means they won't operate in the summertime because they always have to shut down for a month or two to clean the greenhouses, reset up everything to start production. But that will happen in the summertime now instead of the wintertime. That means that we'll have a more stable supply of local tomatoes and cucumbers in this case. And the summertime when we shut down, it means the field crops will fill that gap in. So it's going to help the local farmers, and it will help our food security and food supply. I could talk about this for a very long time because it's top priority for us. Other thing I want to talk about is the dike system and abattoir upgrades providing the community flood protection on agricultural land and public infrastructure, cultural assets, and commercial and residential properties. The province has got a cost share project with the federal government to upgrade to 60 kilometers of dikes and 5 abattoir structures along the Bay of Fundy and in some other areas as well. And the work on that is ongoing. Over the next few years, we will make significant upgrades, which desperately need to be made, and also do some smaller projects as we move this forward. It's very critical that we protect these areas from flooding. And indeed, farmers rely on the land for many of the crops or grazing. So it's very important to our food supply as well. I want to talk about COVID response facing Nova Scotia agricultural businesses. And before I start that, I want to thank our federal counterparts for the exceptional job they have done in helping us with this. Without their assistance, this would have been a huge financial drain on the province of Nova Scotia. And with the assistance of the federal government, that cost has greatly been mitigated and indeed helped bring us to a closer balance in our books over time than would have been possible otherwise. We provided support packages to help farmers manage the risks and threaten the viability of their own farm operations and food supply system. We've been very lucky so far, thanks to good planning, thanks to the precautions that have been taken, and we hope to continue to have those on our farms and our processing facilities. We've had some hiccups, but only minor ones compared to the other parts of the country and the world. And as we look at the programs that we put together jointly with the federal government, we have a COVID response and mitigation program funded under CAP, again, Canadian Agriculture Partnership. This program helped farmers get virtual assistance, vital assistance, with purchasing productive equipment, make changes into processing facilities that allowed them to operate safely during this pandemic. We also delivered the federal COVID emergency on-farm support program, providing additional provincial funding, raising the assistance level from 50% to 75%. This was a game changer for farms. It's extremely expensive for the farms to do this at the same time while trying to produce their crops. And without this kind of assistance, some of the farms probably wouldn't even put some seeds in the ground last year. There was a lot of discussion about that last year, and thank goodness they did. And these programs made it possible to operate successfully. We recently, as of yesterday, Nova Scotia and Ottawa agreed to increase the 2020 Ag Stability Interim Payment Percentage Program to 80% from where we were before, and also removing the reference margin limit. This is fantastic. Again, this agreed to across the country by all provinces and territories, and it's a game changer again for the industry. It gives our farmers more security in the case of a time when they, especially with COVID or something like this, that they know they can survive those times and again continue to produce products and food supply for the province. Also, ag insurance people for the last year and this year coming are giving a 10% discount producer share of ag insurance and insurance programs. That really helps the farms with the cash flow, as they have, even with the programs we have additional costs, and it's really helped them with that. And the Farm Loan Board is offering low interest, fast approval loans to help the intermediate or immediate costs of temporary foreign workers. That funding then can be, they can apply for the programs I talked about and some other programs. They have a cash flow to make that happen, and when the money comes in, they pay back, or the Farm Loan Board is paid back directly. It's a great thing for the Farm Loan Board, and it's a great thing for the farms themselves to give them the cash flow at a time of the year when they typically do not have a lot of cash. We also did, Farm Loan Board did some COVID loan deferral programs up to $7.5 million in the hands of farmers to mitigate through the pandemic. All those things helped. But the most important thing was the farmers and the great work they have done themselves. And with those things are so important to our farming industry and to our food supply. We've got to continue to look at food supply. Other things we've been really working on, I've touched on it earlier, is trade and market development. We have a great opportunity now with the CETA agreement, in the European Union, that tariffs are being removed on a regular basis. We have the tariffs removed on 96% of export products like blueberries. It was over 12% in the past. Fresh apples are 9%, and live lobsters was 8%. So these are going to zero. That's going to help us a tremendous amount as we market more and more products into that part of the world. And also the new Canada-Mexico agreement that was come into effect on July 1st, 2020, has preserved existing agriculture trade commitments, and indeed that's leaves our biggest customer, particularly in the U.S., accessible basically by free trade. That was also very good. Nova Scotia companies are competing, and we are winning internationally, big time. We're always looking for new markets. I already talked about new markets in China for blueberry wine and frozen blueberries. That has been really, really positive. Virtual presence in large hospitality trade shows last fall reached clients from all over the world. And even though with pandemic we can't travel, We were doing a lot of virtual marketing and had tremendous success. And we also have the Trans-Pacific Partnership with Asian countries that has removed a lot of the tariffs as well. So that partnership is critical for us to ensure that we grow that part of our industry as well. Another organization that most people don't realize exists is Perennia. Perennia is our I put an industry-led board. Originally, I'm the only shareholder. I own the company as minister. Every minister does, whoever it is. But I put in the first place ever a industry-led board. I appointed top farmers in the province, processors, and also from the fishing industry, the same thing. The board is there to make sure that Perennia, over time, becomes self-supporting and indeed can do more and more work in their extension work they do. They do a lot of they have incubator facilities, allow startups. They have things like the wine industry, they put a mobile bottling line in that can bottle capacity, which has been very well received. And indeed, the line does travel outside the province now. And they also put other product lines like that together. They help farmers manage their cost of production. And I will talk about cost of production a little bit more shortly. So Perennia is a very unique facility. It's growing in size. It's growing to be known for a lot of other very positive things. There was a need in the province for marijuana or drug testing facility. They put that in place. I'm pleased to say it's one of the things that's been put in place that has been very successful and actually making money. And the idea of Perennia is to move Perennia to a money-making operation so they can then reinvest that money in research and development to help both the agriculture and the fishing industry. Another important topic is the bee industry. We have 788 registered beekeepers with 25,856 hives. And there are almost 15,000 hives available to meet pollination requirements. This year, we hope we have enough hives for pollination, and we're working towards that. We are keeping the borders closed to the importation of bees, hives into Nova Scotia because of the small hive beetle that now is in New Brunswick. And New Brunswick would listen to us and used our protocols, it wouldn't be in New Brunswick now either, probably. But we put strong protocols in place when we were importing these bees, and bees that were certified in Ontario to be clean of the small hive beetle. We did find that a lot of them were infected. And if we would have made the mistake of entering those in, bringing those hives in, we would have had a major problem with small hive beetle. We will eventually have a problem, but the longer we can hold it off, the more competitive we can be, and the safer our hives are. Because these small hive beetles are really devastating to bee population. The other thing we have really an advantage of in Nova Scotia is winter loss. Bees are always a problem over the winter time. And we're among the lowest and sometimes the lowest in the country when it comes to losses. And over the past years, we've averaged only 20% loss. And it's those losses that really add up and causes a great deal of trouble. We've also had the 4th annual Honeybee Symposium. This is something I set up 4 years ago, where we could sit down, the department could bring in experts to talk to the bee industry. And we did it separately from their AGM and the way they operated. They did the same thing. They brought some people in. It was very expensive for them to do that. And now, since the first meeting we had the second meeting, we put the two of them together, their annual meeting and our day to talk about bees and give them technical expertise, and basically anything they wanted, they could put on the agenda. We would try to get the experts in and also talk about any other technical issue they wanted. They've now combined that, and it's the It's a honeybee symposium, it's called now, and it's 100% with the association. We're very proud of that. We're very pleased to see that we can help the association in every way possible. A large number of beekeepers in this province, as I say, there's 788 of all sizes, from 2 or 3 hives to very large, well over 50, and some of them over hundreds of hives. It's an important business because without bees, we can't pollinate our crops, and it will have, again, a problem with our food supply if we don't have bees and pollination bees. And also the honeybees are another great product in Nova Scotia. So as we work towards that, we have built a really good working relationship. Some of you might remember the producers had a little demonstration outside the legislature because they thought that they needed some more things, and we've worked with them now, and we work very closely, and that won't be happening again. So the other initiative that's critically important to local food supply and local food security is our Buy Local initiative. We started last year a Buy Local initiative, the partner Taste of Nova Scotia, who we still have a great partnership with. And we get your hands on local. And we've fine-tuned that a little bit more this year. And you're going to be seeing a lot more products on the shelves marked with 100% Nova Scotian products. And we've developed partnerships with all the major retail outlets, Sobeys, Atlantic Superstore, Walmart, Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation, even the Costco, and a lot and most of the large independent retailers, as well as farmers markets, to identify local products on the shelves. And that would include, beverages as well, the Nova Scotia Liquor Corporation. It's been a very, very good partnership. And as we move this forward and ramp up our marketing activities, it's going to help people in Nova Scotia be aware of what is available. Ontario has used an incredibly good program over a number of years, large number of years now, very successfully. And we're going to model a lot of what we do after their program, but we're going to make tweaks specific to Nova Scotia. Also, not just agriculture products, all agriculture food, seafood, and beverages. It's time we started celebrating all these things. The other thing we've been doing quite actively is the Pan-Atlantic Technological Transfer Team we've been working with, aimed at improving honeybee health and overwintering success, also promote biosecurity, and that's again our V5. We've been involved in the Atlantic Poultry Research Institution with multiple projects on production of chickens without the use of antibiotics, food safety in eggs, health of layers, and feed costs. We're also working with the Atlantic Grain Council, developing the grains and oilseed sector strategy that can be used to help producers make more decision on new opportunities. So we're really working hard with our partners outside the province, and it brings more resources to the table that we can move our industry ahead faster. We're investing in some major projects in the province, which will help our provincial exhibition, which is owned by the Nova Scotia Loan Board and will be owned by the Nova Scotia Loan Board into the future. We're putting in, we're helping harness racing by putting a new grandstand in. The grandstand was so antiquated, it was not a very nice place to visit and enjoy an afternoon of harness racing or an evening, whatever the case may be. Also, we're going to build a new horse barn on the facility for both harness racing and also for events, when we can have events again at the facility. That's a major investment by the province, and I want to thank my colleagues for doing that. The facility, when we took it over a few years ago, was in total disrepair, and we've been working on buildings. And I can tell you from what I'm hearing and seeing in the community, we've come a long way. It's we still got a long ways to go, a long way, and the people in the community are happy. They don't have an eyesore in their backyard anymore. They don't have other problems that would be at the facility. Those have been removed, And we've also put in place a code of conduct on the site to make sure that we run a top-notch organization we can be proud of, and it's a showcase for the Nova Scotia Provincial Exhibition, which will continue on that site for many years to come. The idea of that facility is to put a team together that will manage the facility. It'll still be owned by the Crown Loan Board, and that the facility can make money over time, so they can reinvest in the property and the infrastructure to make it helpful. The other thing we're doing is the perennial funding building, the demolition and design replacement of a new building. That work is underway now. We found out that when the RCMP left the building, had been rented to for a long time, that the building had asbestos in it and all kinds of other problems. So it was a lot cheaper to demolish it and build a new building to replace it. That building in Perennia Park is badly needed by Perennia because they are expanding, and that is good news. And of course, we already talked about the dike rehabilitation and upgrades to various locations. There are a lot of exciting things happening in the departments over the last number of years. I also want to talk about our cost of production, something I initiated some time ago, and that's being completed by a group at Perennia. The idea of that is to accumulate all the costs live by computer and give a farmer or a business owner that information live every day. So you'll know what your labor costs are, you know what your power costs are, you know what your equipment cost is, everything. And you'll be able to look it up when you want to know how much fuel you burnt that day. You'll be able to look it up on your telephone or on your computer, and it'll tell you what your fuel is. It'll tell you when you need to reorder fuel if you have a fuel storage facility. It'll give you financial information around when is a good time to buy new equipment. Is it better to keep the equipment you have and track the cost of repairs, maintenance, and everything else? It also live monitoring. We're already putting in tests in place now for power consumption. Now that is going to be key as we move to get rid of more greenhouse gases and help the environment. This is going to be key, so we can reduce the power consumption by all kinds of means, maybe changing lighting, maybe change the motors on equipment, maybe starting motors at a different time. There's all kinds of things. But we have the technology now, and we're installing. We've been a little bit delayed getting installations done because of COVID, but now we're on track for it, and it's starting to come together. It'll tell you exactly what it costs to produce every crop in your field. If you're growing corn, you'll know before you harvest it, right to the penny, what the cost of that corn. And now most farmers don't have that information and really no reliable way to get it. Also, they're working on a program to use herbicides so that we can reduce the amount of herbicides used. That does several things. It helps the environment, number one. Also helps the farmer become more profitable because they don't have to use these herbicides only when they need them to avoid a disease problem or an insect problem, whichever the case may be. So that program we're very excited about, and there'll be a rollout of that over time. It's quite complex. It will work on the internet, on any smartphone. It's going to work on any computer system. So a farmer would have access to that. So if you can see, for instance, if we got a strawberry field, we know what it costs to put all the input costs, all your fertilizer, your watering, your tilling of the soil, your ground cover that you put over the strawberries to stop the weeds coming up, what it costs to harvest it, what it costs to weed it, what it costs to run the machinery to operate that, right to the penny. So you'll know, you sell that package with a quart of strawberries or whatever container size that you put them in, you know exactly what your cost is in that container, including the cost of the container and putting it in the container to get it to the store, and your transportation if you have to pay the transportation to get it to your customer with the labor. So these are the kind of things that we have to do. We're living in a world of technology now, And the technology in the farms really has to catch up with where the technology is. So as we move forward in this, and we work with the farmers in the province of Nova Scotia and the processing industry, we're excited. We see a lot of opportunities for high paid careers in agriculture, on the farm, off the farm, and supporting the farm. That's exciting. It's exciting to see so many people coming back to Nova Scotia and have people that we can get an opportunity to help grow our economy. And when you look at the economy in Nova Scotia, the key driver in the economy in Nova Scotia is food. It's the seafood industry and agriculture industry. Number one exporter authority said is fisheries. That last year was 2.3, this year it's 2.2. And I will talk about that in the fisheries file in more detail. And number two is Michelin Tire, great company, wonderful. We have them here, a lot of exports. And number three is agriculture. So when you look at the biggest employer, most economic benefit, and just as importantly, and probably more importantly, a food security for our people and everybody in the province. That is key. And we're doing it more and more and more environmentally sound way. And we have to move in that direction. Industry has been doing that already. And as we give them the tools to do it and help them do it, it'll happen even sooner. That means we can open up markets in places like Europe we couldn't even go near before. Very, very important. So as we go through this whole process, we will be seeing new innovation, new opportunities for young people to come, and this is a high-tech business now. This is not going out in the field anymore, taking a hoe and taking weeds out. They're developing a weeding machine already in Nova Scotia, or partly here in Nova Scotia, partly in Quebec. Will automatically go down the rows, distinguish between the crop and the non-crop. A robot goes all by itself, picks the weeds out, and just takes them away or lays them on the soil, whichever the farmer wants to do, and eliminate that cost. And those are the kind of technology we need to use. As we move more and more and more towards technology, as more doors open there, it means we have less problem with labor shortages, which is critical. We do better for the environment, so that means we don't have to use as many people transporting people around as much, and also makes it easier to control what you do in the field. And when I go back to the cost of production, we're even going to be able to sense the soil, when you need to water, when you don't water. You make sure you get the exact water content. You're going to check the nutrients on the soil live as we do those things. So many opportunities that we have that we need to put in place. So it's an exciting time to be in agriculture. COVID was a real big problem for us. And in some cases, a blessing, because it really has highlighted what we've been trying to do for some time. And as we move forward more and more and more to make sure we have everything in place that we need for our farmers to operate their farms productively, and indeed to have the food supply on the shelves year round that we presently don't have enough supply of because of the seasonality of our industry. But with the tunnels that we're looking at now, with greenhouse production, alternate heating systems for that, LED lighting now that's so available, and innovation like we're seeing our industry going to now, we're really poised in the province to make a giant leap forward. And it's just a matter of a short time, and then we'll be there. With those few words, Mr. Chair, I'd welcome questions, but it's going to take me a couple of minutes here to get my system set up so I can talk to my staff.
Okay, thank you for that, Minister. Following the COVID protocol, of course, we have to take a 15-minute COVID break. But before we do that, I'd like to suggest that there's a lot of activity going on the other screens, and maybe if people just took their video off and just the people that will be doing the speaking stay on for a while. That's something that Ledge TV is noticing, that there's, it makes it a lot more difficult, I think, for them and for us. So,
Can we, Mr. Chair,
yes,
can we get a ruling on quorum if the video is off?
that would be the only thing. Yes, exactly.
So
Okay,
maybe Ms.
well,
Kinley, if you could find that out, we have no problem turning off our cameras as long as
okay,
we're still
maybe-
counted for as
maybe we'll
quorum.
try to find out during the break. How would that be?
That'd be great, thank
Okay.
you.
So we'll go take our COVID break now for 15 minutes, and we will resume at 1:51. Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply will reconvene. We still haven't gotten a ruling yet, so I think for the time being, we'll just stay as we are. Okay, so now we're going to have some questions to the minister, and we'll start with the PC caucus with the member from Kings North for 1 hour. The honorable member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it is I'd like to express my appreciation and echo what the minister said of the Department of Agriculture and the farmers in Nova Scotia. And I'm just going to remove my own pin here and go to gallery view. Sorry, I'm just doing something that's too distracting. I'd just like to echo the minister's words of appreciation for the department and for the farmers of Nova Scotia who work so hard, among the hardest working citizens of our province, who contribute so much to our economy. So I want to echo the minister's words in that regard. Mr. Minister, you covered a lot of topics in your remarks. I just want to start with one you mentioned briefly, your responsibility for dikes and abattoirs in the province. And I just want to start with one that is of considerable concern right now in the community of Windsor, the Davenport River, the Windsor Causeway Abattoir, the gates there, which are your responsibility. And we're hearing concerns from the community that they do not know what the plans are for this twinning project and the new gates that will be there, or flow structure. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Minister, if you can tell us when the information will be released on the final plans of what this gate system will look like and how it will function.
The Minister of Agriculture.
Yes, I'm just going to have to confer with my staff for a second here.
The Minister of
Thank you very much. We're still awaiting approval from DFO on the new design of the new abattoir that's going in, and they going to have more fish passage on it and still be able to maintain security of the area for flood protection. And there is a real serious, if that abattoir was removed and gone, it protects over $300 million worth of infrastructure. And a lot of the buildings would be in a severe situation, would be underwater.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Minister, sorry. Mr. Minister, I'm sure you're going to appreciate the concerns in the community about what this structure will look like, and the work is well underway. I just want to ask, who's responsible for communicating the information to the community on what this new structure will look like and how it will function?
Minister of Agriculture. Minister of
Right.
Agriculture.
Sorry about the delay here, a little bit of technology we got to get to place. The existing structure is our responsibility, we operate it. The new structure, until it is completed, will be the responsibility of TIR. And in the meantime, we are working closely with TIR, the community, the Mi'kmaq that are they're presently there. And there is a community liaison committee that's being consulted on a regular basis.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you. And Mr. Minister, we realize the technology is difficult. Mr. Minister, I'm wondering whose responsibility, obviously the new structure may involve changes in how the whole Avon River functions. And my question is, whose responsibility for liability to the community stakeholders, including agricultural producers, industrial recreational uses, fishing community, the municipality for any incurred costs? So who is responsible for the liability if there are negative effects in the changes that are made?
Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From what our understanding is, the existing structure, yeah, again, is our responsibility to operate. And we operate under orders from DFO. If we're under one now to open the gates at a particular time, and we will be for some time, I think. It's normal this time of year. But if our feeling is if it's a problem caused by order by DFO, they'll be liable. Under the act, we have no liability on these things because of obvious reasons, but something could happen beyond our control. So there would be DFO, we think, at this case.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, I'd like to ask you about that ministerial order. I understand it was issued on March 18th, but not made public until, or was signed on March 18th, not issued until 5 p.m. last Friday on March 19th. And not very few people were noted, just a few right away. Why was the ministerial order put out in that way, and who has the why did this happen in this way? The community was quite taken aback by about this ministerial order to have the gates be open.
Minister. Minister?
Thank you very much. We received the notification on late Friday, and our staff had shortly thereafter, we informed the municipality, the boat club, Ski Martok, the Federation of Agriculture, provincial one, and the Hants County one was also notified, but their email bounced back. So it was some kind of a technical problem with that. And it was posted on Facebook shortly thereafter. We're looking at a better system to do this. And also members of the community liaison group are notified as well. But we're looking for a better system to do that.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, my question is, going forward, with the new structure, will it still be the responsibility of the Minister of Agriculture, the Department of Agriculture, to maintain the water levels in the Avon River on the freshwater side?
I can answer that question without asking staff. It will be the responsibility to operate the structure. The structure will be basically a new structure we have, and all the same operating protocols or whatever the case might be, or whoever operates it's still going to be us. We're not responsible for the construction, but we are responsible for the operation.
Member?
So you'll be, so I mean, as the minister knows, I'm sure, I mean, there's a man-made freshwater lake there, Lake Pissaquid, as well as multiple lakes upstream, and they have many purposes now which are important to the users of those. And the amount of salinity in the water, in other words, the amount of salt water that mixes in on a seasonal basis for sure could have significant impact on some of those usages. And I know the minister said, and I agree, we need food. Our world needs food. We need our food. We need these farmers to continue to operate. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Minister, how I understand that you're saying you'll have a responsibility for the operation of the new structure, but will you have responsibility over the contents of the water in that? In other words, will you be able to maintain the freshwater when freshwater is needed there?
Well, I can answer that question directly too. It's going to be up to orders from DFO. Now, it should be a lot better because it's going to be fish passage built into the new habitat. That was not in this one. When it was designed years ago, it didn't have any provision at all to allow fish passage. So that should improve the overall operation. But it's totally up to DFO what they want to order. And if they order us, we have to open it. We're going to have to open it. We've raised those issues over and over again with DFO. We made them very aware of the need for the fresh water in the area. For the farmers, for the canoe club is not so much, but the farmers, and even when in the wintertime is Ski Martok, it's important for their business to keep their business open, and a lot of other things too. And we don't really want salt water going into the firefighting equipment either, because that would cause some problems. We're aware of all those problems. We've made them DFO aware of those. So when they make these orders, hopefully they take everything into consideration. Whether they do or not, that'll be interesting to see.
Member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, I have to question, and as the minister would know, I'm sure, and have had experience in other areas, saltwater intrusion into wells is also another concern for local residents that have been brought to us. And my question is, if there is saltwater intrusion in wells, will these, the homeowners be, I guess the expression is be made whole? In other words, be provided with alternative sources of water, or the situation ameliorated, however that is done. And I know saltwater intrusion is not an easy thing to fix, but I'm just wondering if the minister can tell me who will take on the liability for that.
I share your concern with this, but I just want to, we've been discussing this. I just want to check with my staff and see what the most recent update on it is, so I can give you more detailed information.
All right.
Minister?
It's a very important topic for us, and we did put some wells in to do monitoring ourselves of the salt content, what it is now, so we can monitor that. We've also are monitoring private wells. We're all very, very seriously concerned too about irrigation, money, fresh water for irrigation on the farms, and a lot of other issues we're looking at. If there is an issue, it would be the same as any other road construction project. Would have to be compensation or alternate sources of water, whatever the case might be, for the people that are affected.
Member?
So I think what I just heard the minister say is that the government of Nova Scotia, the Department of Agriculture, will be responsible for making any wells affected by a change in the operation of the Avon River. That would be the department's responsibility.
It would either be probably the Department of Transportation because of the construction, and maybe the federal government as well, and possibly us. We'd have to wait and see what it is and who's responsible for what, but definitely if there's a liability there, it's going to have to be looked after by somebody in one or all those departments combined.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, I have to ask, do you have any indication, like there's been some indication from the community, and I don't know where this comes from, but that the gates, this is a normal opening. I know it's every spring for a couple of weeks, the gates are open, but there's some, maybe what I could say, fear from the community that the gates will be left open longer this time. Does the minister have any indication of that, or any reason or know of why that would be the case?
Minister?
I'm just going to check here.
Minister?
We are working continuously with DFO on this issue, and we don't know. We absolutely don't know. We talked to DFO last night, and they had indeed not even given us an indication yet. I know we've got a 2-week order, and typically we get another 2-week order, but we're hoping to have a situation where we do have fresh water.
Member for Kings North.
I'm kind of surprised to hear that you don't know, Mr. Minister. Frankly, I wasn't expecting that. I'm kind of disappointed. I guess that's a point of communication between DFO and your department. You're responsible for the opening of those gates. Would it not be your responsibility to know what the plan going forward was?
Minister.
Yes and no. The problem is we have no idea what DFO is going to order us to do. We have to operate under their orders. They have not told us. That's why we're continually talking to them, because we want to know as bad as you do, and everybody does in the community. So it's really, really important that we have the things put in place that as soon as we can, as soon as we know. We can't tell. It's just really, it's up to DFO orders. Whatever they order us to do, we have no choice under the Fisheries Act. We have to do what we have to do, what they tell us to do. We're lobbying them all the time to try and keep those gates closed as much as we can. And sometimes we may not, we may not be able to do what we want to do under order from them.
Member for Kings North.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minister, just sort of to say back what I think I heard you just say, a few minutes ago, you told me you had responsibility for the water levels and we're operating it, had responsibility to operate those gates, and now you're telling me that you don't. So I guess, which is it?
Minister of Agriculture.
We in theory have the responsibility for the water level, but ultimately it goes to DFO. DFO on that particular abattoir makes a decision where the water, basically how much intrusion of salt will be there, how long the gates are going to be opened, everything. They give us a very distinct order what we have to do. And it's under order of DFO. And if there was some other way we could do it, we'd gladly do it, but we can't. It's just, it's an order is issued. Sometimes I don't even know if they think, I don't think they even know when they're going to let it open or close. It's a lot to do with fish passage when they think the fish are going to go through. So it's all that process. But we're in continual dialogue with them. And I guarantee you, we're letting the DFO know our concerns. And we do not agree with them on a lot of these openings and stuff. And a few times we've actually refused to open the gates under order if they issue it to us, with a great penalty for us. And we haven't had to do that. Just in 1 second, I'll get some more information. Well, to put it in a better context, and my staff just to outline it for me again, this has been a file I've been working on very actively for a long time. We are the operators. We're not the regulators. DFO is the regulators. And that's, in real terms, that's what it is. We open the gate when they tell us we have to. We have no order. Then we can maintain the level of the lake where the community wants it. We can do all the things we need to do. But DFO ultimately is a regulator, and they issue us an order like they just have, and they will issue us some more in a very short time, I would think. My guess, but it's just a guess at this point. We have to follow those orders. They are the regulators, all to do about fish passage.
Member.
So just to, okay, I appreciate that answer, Mr. Minister. Just to clarify though, what I heard you saying about DFO was not what we normally expect from government. We expect governments to move with deliberation and consulting stakeholders and having plans laid out for months and years ahead, not days ahead. I mean, we're a week into this closure order and or opening order, and you don't know a week from now if you're going to get another order to have it open or close. And it sounds like DFO might not know themselves. Would that be correct?
That's correct, unfortunately. And it's not us. As I say, we put all these concerns you're putting forward and a lot more to DFO on a regular basis and remind them of this continuously. And they sometimes listen, sometimes don't. And they've made concessions for us to make sure we keep the lake level at certain times of the year. And we requested if they were going to issue an order. They've been cooperative that way from time to time. But fish passage trumps everything when it comes to DFO. And whenever the fish decide to show up, whenever that is, then they can issue us an order and we have to follow the order. If we don't, some of our staff will go to jail, literally to jail. And so we can't jeopardize not doing that.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm still just trying to wrap my head around this. So, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts in this whole discussion. I mean, there's a causeway that's 50% built. It's a multi-million-dollar, expansion of the 101, much needed. It's a very dangerous section through there. There's, it has to start very soon. We're about to see some sort of structure put in there to replace the existing gates, which we all agree are inadequate and showing their age. And we don't, from what I hear you say, you're going on a virtually a day-by-day basis with DFO on the orders on the gates, and we don't have a plan for the fish passage that's been approved. And we don't know what it will look like, and we don't know how it will impact the residents. We don't know how it will impact fisheries, and we all want to see fish passage succeed through there too. So there's just like a lot of moving parts. We don't know how it will impact the municipality and stakeholders upriver in various things. So I guess, Mr. Minister, is that an accurate assessment of the whole situation we're in here?
Minister?
Just before, and I want to get some more information here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you're on mute, I think.
Sorry about that, Minister.
Oh. The answer to this question is this is not an easy file. I'll put it to you this way. We have put a proposal into DFO for the new program, the new structure to maintain a freshwater lake. They've come back to us. We put an application in for this some time ago. The Department of Transportation, Infrastructure and Renewal is responsible for all this stuff, and we're part of it, but they're the new construction. So we've put that request in for a freshwater lake. They come back and said, no, it doesn't meet the fish passage requirements. And actually today and yesterday, and we're negotiating with them right now. Again, that's TIR. So when they come in later, whenever they come into for their estimates, you might want to ask that question to them as well. But we're working very closely with TIR on this issue. Actually, they loaned us one of their engineers to be part of the Abateau design and development work. We've got a really good proposal put forward. It meets all the requirements for fish passage and everything else. I think the only problem left, and I'm not positive about this because I'm not part of the negotiations, is the opening and the salinity in the water. So that's ongoing, and by the time you get to TIR, maybe they'll have some more information on it than we have right now.
Member for Kings North.
Mr. Chair, yeah, thank you. Mr. Minister, I appreciate that, and I certainly will ask the question of TIR when the time comes to ask that. I'm just trying to wrap my head around what you've just told me now. So I know that, you know, it's raining today, but it's been a dry spring. We had the burn restriction orders come on as early as I ever can recall. You know, farmers in that Avon watershed, some of whom I know, a number of whom I know personally, I know some of them irrigate. They could be irrigating as early, unfortunately, as second week of May, maybe. What advice would you have to them?
Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Our preference is, of course, to have fresh water available all the time, and that's what we're pushing for. We are working on some alternatives in case we can't come up with the fresh water for the farmers. It's going to be a little while before we can get that in place, and hopefully we can get it in place before they need it. And if they need it sooner, we're going to have to immediately work on a solution, because we want to make sure the farmers can farm this year. It's really critical for us. It's critical for the department. It's critical for our province, and it's a difficult situation until this thing gets resolved. But again, as we work forward on this thing, there has to be long-term solutions. If there is salinity in the water, we have to come up with long-term solutions to help the farmers and the homeowners and the business owners there for fresh water. So that's all part of the discussions as we're moving forward. We're making DFO aware of all this stuff on a regular basis and pushing forward, and even at the minister's level. I've personally talked to the federal minister about this more than once, and we will continue to do that.
Member.
Thank you. Did you say go ahead, Mr. Chair? Thank you.
Yes,
I didn't hear that.
yes. Yeah.
Okay. I'm just, again, still trying to wrap my head around what I'm hearing from you, Mr. Minister. So a freshwater lake in the Avon River or freshwater reservoir, which you say you put proposal forward to, I believe you said DFO. Was there any community consultation on that, or any community engagement on that, or stakeholder engagement?
Minister of Agriculture.
1 second.
Minister.
Thank you very much. We've talked to the community lots of times, and they really want a freshwater lake, to be quite honest. And that's the process going through. As far as drawing water out of the system, that's a regular process. They have to go through and get permits to do that. And you may be personally aware of that from running your own farm, but
yeah,
that's the process they have to go through.
Member for Kings North.
Been a few years since I pumped water, irrigation water, Mr. Minister. But what I recall was that I had a standing permit to remove a certain amount of water and had to report it, but it wasn't an annually done thing. It was just something that was there. So the farmers who would have the permits to remove water, I'm sure are aware of the issues, but would have to be concerned about salinity. But they may not be asking, well, and I guess, is there going to be a mechanism to report to the farmers the salinity levels that in the river?
Minister. The Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. A very good question, member. It's as we are doing salinity testing now, and DFO is also doing salinity testing. We've got on order some more monitors live, so they can give us live information on the salinity. We hope to have, we've been doing this for quite a while, and we're going to increase our monitoring. We're hoping to probably by June, early June, hopefully we'll have that available on either a daily or weekly basis, so the farmer can go, excuse me, and look at what the salinity is. And also we're working on some recommendations of what salinity can be used for different cattle or different crops like you identified that will be acceptable or not acceptable. So we're working towards that goal.
The member for Kings North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me, Mr. Minister, I'm sure you're aware that many, many years ago, before your time and my time, probably, when this first causeway went in, the farmers of the area protested against it and did not want it. And in fact, it had not only did it have impacts on fish passage, but but we know that it changed the climate further in the upper reaches of the Avon River by making it slightly colder, because it was no longer the twice a day wash in and out of the tide, but it had a considerable effect on the environment at that time. And now we're in a situation where the farmers upriver want it to stay, so they're protesting to keep it. And it may, I know you may take the opinion that farmers are always against change. That's possible, but seriously, the reason that they fear the loss of it or fear the moving in and out of the tide is for a couple of reasons. One is the salinity of the water. There's many uses to having fresh water there, and we've discussed that. The other is that the running dikes are all gone that were there to protect their land, and there was considerable investment in running dikes. A running dike is a dike. I think you know what a running dike is. I don't know if I need to explain it to you, but I guess for the benefit of the other listeners, it's a dike that runs along the side of a river rather than cutting it right off. And so what we've seen is we had one ecosystem, a very significant set of environmental impacts from the installation of the causeway and the gates, which your department controls. And now we have, but that whole area has adapted to a new reality over, I think, 50 years. And there is a new ecosystem there that is sort of fresh, mostly fresh, sort of slightly salt. And changing the way these gates operate is going to alter that too. So I guess my question is, where does the Department of, I guess the correct term, Department of Environment and Climate Change, where do they come in on this whole discussion and decision-making process? And what role do they have? And what role is there to protect the biodiversity that's in the system now versus the biodiversity which should be there if the system is returned back to its original state?
Minister? The Minister of Agriculture.
That's a very complex question, a very complex answer. And it really goes back, the first ones we have to deal with DFO. DFO's got a really powerful act that they operate under that controls the whole ecosystem for the fish and everything. And that's the first one we have to do. Department of Environment, all the other departments have been involved in this whole process all the way through. And as DFO finally comes with a decision on what they're going to do with this, with us, and what we're going to have to do, not with us particularly, with TIR, what they want to do, then the other things will kick into being or not being, whatever the case may be. This whole thing is so complex, and it hasn't really been helped very much by the demonstrations that are going on there. That's put another whole twist on it. Not right or wrong. It's immaterial whether it's right or wrong, but it's a whole twist on it, and it's a lot of interest there. And I don't know how the DFO again is listening to all sides of this, and hopefully they come up with a conclusion that's satisfactory to the community. We want to put an Avato in. I think we need one there. Our department believes that, and our government believes that. So we are hopefully that the system that's there now, that the microclimates and everything have changed, and the industry has changed to that. And as you know, and I know, farmers are very resourceful, and they will make things work when other people just can't make it work. But it would be a real crime if they had to readjust again what happened 50 or 60 years ago. And that would be not good. And never mind all the other problems we would have that go along with that. So we're aware of this. We're pushing it. We're doing everything we can. And I mean, DFO has been really difficult to deal with on this one. And I think some of it goes back with the negotiation we're having with the MICMA on other files, not just this file, but other files as well. That we're well aware of what's going on there. But again, it affects everything. And the MICMA, have a good reason for what they're doing, and we don't dispute that whatsoever. But we've got to come to a solution here that's satisfactory for all concerned, if that's possible. Again, we're a small little part of that. Our problem is we're caught in the middle of it because it's going to be our Avato, and it's our Avato now. And but we do have the authority, no matter what DFO said, if a big storm comes, we can close those gates. Even with their order in place to prevent flooding in the community, we have the authority to do that. But that would be the only way we could override what they have as authority. And then we'd have to open it after the storm's open or whatever we'd have to do to make sure there's no flooding either way on the system. So that's basically where we're at. I'd love to have an answer for you. I've been pushing for an answer for a year. I know my staff has been working on it steadily. TIR has been working on it steadily too. It's like one of those really complex problems that you don't quite know what all the problems are. And as you find another one, it creates two more problems. So I think we're getting there. At least we got all the documentation DFO wanted. They come back and they're still negotiating with us. So that's positive. What comes out of the end, we hope that it'll satisfy as best we can, everybody. At the end of the day, we need the Avato there.
The member for Kings North with about 10 minutes left in your hour.
I know, Mr. Chair, my hour's going too quick. I'd like to thank the minister for his frankness on the whole situation, and I do recognize the many dilemmas in this situation. I would like to ask about another dike. As the minister knows, we're concerned about dikes all over the province because of climate change as the oceans rise, undoubtedly rising. And one which is of concern in my constituency is the Farnham dike. That project was listed anyway as for this year and has been delayed. When can we expect the Farnham dike to be built up? As the minister knows, it's a very, very near thing on a high tide, whether the water's going over the dike or not.
Minister?
First of all, I'd like to, thank you for bringing this forward. You brought this forward before, so let me just check and see where we're at with that.
The Minister of Agriculture.
That dike was not on the original priority list, but it's on the priority list for the second round. And that will be, there's a lot of engineering work and stuff that's going to start this summer. And they have to do an archaeological assessment on it. They have to do an engineering assessment. Then they have to do engineering design on the abattoir to make sure it's going to be right. Estimated time in this round as it goes forward will be 2 to 3 years to get it done. But the whole program is 7 to 8 years left on the program with this funding in it. So it's not in danger of losing the funding or anything like that. It's just a matter of getting the big ones done first. Some of them are going to take like a 5-year time, and Grand Prairie is one example. It's going to take 5 years to build it. So and once that gets underway, we're getting that underway, then they can work away at building it, and then we can have the engineering done for the other ones and move it forward as quickly as we can. That will be done.
The member for Kings North.
I appreciate that answer, Mr. Minister, and I know it was part of the 10-year plan, the last when that first came out 2 years ago, and I appreciate that it's there. And in fact, as the minister knows, every single dike we have is inadequate, in my opinion. And I will tell the minister where my family comes from in Holland. They're building the dikes to a 1 in 10,000 year flood situation. And that's about as big as can physically be done. It's at great expense. And our dikes are built. It's not hard to see, just to walk on the dikes. Many people here do in our area, and see the debris of a high tide right on the top of the dike. I'm telling you, it's not an uncommon sight. So it's a big concern. I'd like to appreciate the fact that it's there, and I just want to, I know it's not the only one. They all need to be done for sure. I would like to ask the minister, and I'm sure the minister heard about this over the past year as well, but there were, I had a number of farmers reach out to me about the new requirement to provide CRA tax information on your membership to the NSFA. And when I spoke to the NSFA, I understood that was a requirement that you put in. And I'm just wondering what the reasoning for the requirement was, and why was it needed?
Minister of Agriculture.
This is a program we put in place to find out who the real farmers are in the province. We get continuous complaints all the time. On the worst ones I've seen so far is someone running around with a $200,000 Porsche with a farm license plate on it. Give you an example of what's going on, and tons and tons of complaints about that outside the farming industry, which gives the farming industry sort of a black eye for no reason. We want to make sure that the people that are actually farming are getting the benefits of all the programs. All the money goes to them, not to somebody that may not be necessarily farming. And the system we have in place now has worked well. We've had some of the farmers, the farmers that make the full-time income from this complain about this process. This year, we've just signed an agreement with CRA. So the information will go directly to the Service Nova Scotia. They will have that information. They'll tell us they share that information automatically, like they do for workers' compensation and some community services and all those different departments. So that's the basis for this. We want to just make sure that any programming we have and the funding for that goes in the hands of the farmers that are full-time and really moving forward. And that's one of the reasons we put this small farm acceleration program too in place. And say we got 100 people already involved in that. So they can, if they're part-time farmers, that they can get their income up to hopefully as soon as they can at their pace, strictly at their pace, they can become a full-time farm. And it's no problem for them to register as a farm, but they just have to show the fact that they are actually farming and make sure they are farmers. That's why this is put in place.
The member for Kings North, 3 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to point out to the minister that even expensive cars can have a hitch on the back and haul a trailer. So, I'm just, not all farmers are poor. Let's just say that. But just all joking aside, one of the things I want to ask you about, Mr. Minister, in the time as it goes, is I'm concerned about the beef industry in the province, and I think that it has it is one area where we have an opportunity to see agriculture improve in all areas of our province. I'm wondering what is the logic behind not having what's known as the bull bonus.
Minister, with 2 minutes left.
The bull bonus really didn't provide what we needed. If we're going to improve our herds in the province, and bulls are key to that, of course, as you know, being a farmer, former farmer yourself, the bull bonus didn't really do anything. It didn't help the quality of the product. We want to change programs so that they would help get a better, more robust beef product. The product's of higher quality, better turnaround, more opportunity for the farmers to get better weight gain, or maintaining the quality, all those things in place. And we've redirected that money into beef, into other ways, and we're still working with the beef industry all the time. And actually, we've made a little change how we're operating too, because we deal closely, we have dealt closely with the beef industry. They had handling equipment as one of their top priorities, and we followed through on that early on after I became minister. And for a number of years, we did the same thing, and we can still do the same thing. We're trying to tailor our programs to make sure that the farmers have an opportunity to make more money off the product and have a better quality product. That's the end of the game. By paying a bull bonus, it really didn't help anything. It helped a few people with bulls, and anyone wants a good rule, they're going to pay for it anyway. And will typically tend to put up the price of bulls in the marketplace, and without the bull bonus if they're good quality bulls. So basically, that's why we've changed it, and we are now talking to all the beef producers in the province. Before, we used to talk to the association, which did not necessarily represent some of the really big farmers, and they're really pleased that we're reaching out to them. We're going to continue to do that, and we're going to develop programs that will help the industry overall get stronger and stronger and stronger. And that's what we want to see: better quality, more value for the product when they go to the marketplace, everything the farmer needs to do. But we're putting a pretty comprehensive study together now, and it's direct with the industry and all participants, from the guy that would have 2 or 3.
Order, please. The hour for the PC caucus has expired. And again, following COVID protocol, we will take a 15-minute COVID break. So we'll be back.
Thank you, Keith.
At 3:06. Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply is called back to order. Just before we begin, we did get a ruling and it's necessary to keep the videos on. So thank you very much for that. So the next is the NDP caucus, and I will recognize the honorable member for Halifax Needham. You have 1 hour.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. A little bit different this year. I'm going to get right into it because there is a fair amount that I'd like to cover, and I know I will run out of time. First, related to the Biodiversity Act, I assume that the minister is in frequent communication with the Nova Scotia Federation of Agriculture, and I understand that the Federation had tried to get a meeting with the Department of Lands and Forestry about Bill 4 and wasn't successful. And I'm wondering if the minister was aware of that and if he, in any way tried to facilitate that meeting or provide any clarifications of the impacts of the bill in response to any concerns that it would impact private land use in terms of agricultural production.
The Honorable Minister of Fisheries.
I'll have to check with my staff. I'm not aware of that meeting or asked for the meeting, but let me just check to be sure.
The Minister of Agriculture.
We weren't engaged in that. We didn't know anything about it. Normally, the Federation of Agriculture would, if they have trouble meeting with another department, they would contact us and see if we can help them facilitate a meeting. In this case, it didn't happen. Maybe because it was just sort of quick turnaround. I don't know. We always work with the Federation on all these topics to make sure their voices are well heard. And we've been very successful with the Department of Labor, Department of Environment, and working jointly. And typically we would at their request, we would go to a meeting with them to make sure that we understand what the dialogue was between the different departments, so we can cooperate with both the Federation and the other department, whatever it may be. And I will add that the Federation has been an incredible partner in all this. They really have really stepped up to the plate, as they always have. And we sometimes disagree on things sometimes, but at the end of the day, we always come up with a common ground and we move forward. And our goal is to always do what's best for the industry.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I was just turning down the volume on the television screening the Committee on Supply in the main chamber. I've been sort of monitoring both. Thank you for that answer. Your mandate letter mentions that you will be working with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development to get education about biodiversity in the schools. Can you give a couple of examples of what themes you might expect to cover related to agriculture and biodiversity?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Just 1 second.
The Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. It's new to my mandate, even though we've been working on biodiversity with the farmers forever. And they have talked to us about it, but what we do is we have an education and classroom program under our CAP program, work with the department, federal government on that as well. It's a national program that we fine tune it or get it specific to Nova Scotia. We've been very successful in the classrooms, and it will be one of our topics as we move forward. But again, that's just a new mandate, so we haven't laid that out. Although it's still part of what we do every day. We've been doing this every day from the beginning.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Your mandate letter also mentions that you'll be working with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development on school food. The letter says a focus on locally produced food in school meal programs will help our children be healthy and happy and support our local farmers and fishers. We certainly welcome that item in your mandate letter. I've personally met with a number of sort of local leaders in bringing school food with local products, various pilot programs into schools. Can you tell me what amount of money could be generated for farms in the province by a school food program that serves one lunch a day made from locally produced food? Would your department have done that sort of analysis at all?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Our number one priority is get our local foods in the schools, not only just in schools, but also in the hospitals and all institutions in the province. And that's critical for us. We've been working on that ever since I've become minister. The Department of Health has done a great job. They've done a great job. Some of the universities have really stepped up and they're doing a great job. But I'm really happy with the new mandate. If you read my mandate letter carefully, which I know you have, also to the other departments to work with us to make that happen. Now, in the past, that's been our roadblock. We would have one part of the Department of Education or one school board system or whatever we call them now would be very cooperative. We had a lot of materials, a lot of good products in schools, and some of them just didn't cooperate. But now under the new mandate and the mandate of my colleagues, this should become a lot easier. It's not so much what it would benefit the farms short term, but what it would benefit for them, what it'll benefit long term, because it'll have an impact on the younger generation to want local food. So the long-term economic benefits there, and also the health of the food is. And we talked about this before. The other thing I'm concerned about, we never talk about, but one thing you need to talk about, CFIA does a great job of inspecting food before it gets to Canada and before it gets it's imported here. And in the wintertime, we have a lot of product come in, and sometimes in the summertime, we have some product come in. But we can control our own food supply. We know exactly what's happened to that product before it goes into the system here for people to consume. We don't have that assurance, even though CFI does a great job, that 100% is safe. And typically we would see recalls on, sometimes you'll see recall on lettuce or something. It's almost always from product that's brought into the province. So that's a serious consideration too. So we're very, very much in favor of, more than in favor of getting into the institutions. Again, it goes back to our food security. It all ties together. And we've been working on this for a long, long time. And I'm just going to get you some more information here. If you just hold on one second.
The Minister of Agriculture.
But just be 1 minute, we're having a little bit of technical issue here.
The Minister of Agriculture.
I'm glad I asked my staff. I forgot something. The other thing we've been doing very proactively, we've been looking at different packaging, different very healthy products. We developed some with some Nova Scotia companies, some blueberry products, and we had them in the South Shore schools. But when COVID came, we had to withdraw them because they weren't single serving packages. The single serving packages now, in cooperation with the companies, is almost developed. So once we get that in place, it'll be something that will go into the schools and work on that. So it's not only providing the healthy food, and blueberries, of course, are one of the most healthy foods you could possibly eat, with all kinds of benefits from it. But it's also developing new products that will pass the test of COVID for children. So we win-win on all these things. So we're very, very anxious to have, I'd like to see 100% of Nova Scotia food in all the schools in the province.
The member for Halifax Needham.
In 2004, the Healthy Foods in Nova Scotia School Steering Committee, which was a committee formed by the Office of Health Promotion, which had staff from the Departments of Education and Agriculture and Fisheries, recognized the school milk program as the only provincial program supporting Nova Scotia agricultural products in schools. You've been the agriculture minister for the last 8 years, and you speak to this possibility of local food in schools with enthusiasm. Can you tell me, are there any other programs other than the milk program that currently support Nova Scotia agricultural products in the school system?
The Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Actually, the question you're asking is around my mandate letter, and rightfully so. But before we got this mandate letter, we've already been working with the South Shore in particular, with a salad bar system that we put in place with them, with local farmers and the school board and ourselves in that area. So now with the mandate letter in place and the mandate to the other departments, so procurement, education, and all of us working together, this should be a lot easier for us to do. Even for us, it's very, very difficult to break down the barriers in those departments. And we've seen an example of that here not long ago in one of the school facilities, and they went to made it easy for them to buy products, and we immediately contacted the Department of Education, sort of the Department of Agriculture, Federation of Agriculture on this issue as well. And we've worked very closely in this with our local farmers and with the Federation of Agriculture on this project. And we were a bit ahead on the curve on that, which we should have been. We're going to be able to move even further now with the new mandate. Not so much for us because we've been working on it anyway, but it'll take down the barriers, sort of interdepartmental barriers to making these things happen, because it's hard to change attitudes internally as hard as it is to change them externally.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that answer. During the pandemic period, I visited the station food hub in Newport Station, which is working to process agricultural product, think tomatoes into tomato sauce, or apples into applesauce, or basil and spinach into pesto. And I'm aware that kind of aggregating and processing facility is one of the important pieces of agricultural infrastructure that we're certainly going to need to get local food into local schools. And in fact, the main person behind that startup is a dietitian who was working with school food programs and seeing all those barriers. So how specifically do you anticipate, investing or making policy changes to facilitate, rapid escalation of local food into schools?
Minister of Agriculture.
Well, we've already been making significant investments ourselves in new products like the one you talked about. I don't know if we have an investment in that one or not, but I can check if you want me to. But we very much encourage that type of activity, because anytime we have a value-added product, not only is it good for the schools, but it's a quality product and good enough for a school, it's also good enough to market outside the province and within the province. So anytime we can do value-added agriculture, it's a big bonus, because it brings lots of career opportunities for people, puts more money into our economy from the fact that we buy from local companies. It all adds up. And that's why we did this particular blueberry project as part of what we were doing in the blueberry industry. And I talked about that earlier in my comments. That was, that's been a real success. I mean, we've gone from basically an agricultural disaster, which was only because of markets, to a tremendous success. And that's one of the products that's come out of that blueberry issue. And we want to replicate that with everything we can. And we're in the process of doing that. The trouble is with this stuff, it takes a long time to go from the idea, find a supplier that has the capability of producing it, or can create the capability of doing it, then go through all the food safety, all the labeling, all the packaging, all the stuff you need to get it into the marketplace. And this is, you're looking 2 to 3 years typically for anything of any kind of quantity that can really make a difference. Not saying that we don't want, and we desperately need a small operation that come up with very specialized stuff as well. So it's all a process. And this new mandate that we have, and not only myself, because we've already been doing this, but with my other colleagues, and they've been very cooperative in the past, but there always seems to be some kind of roadblock we run into. And we can remove those roadblocks and make a big change in a hurry.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Another roadblock, another barrier that we certainly heard a lot about during the pandemic period from women in the agricultural sector is childcare. a number of women working on farms, co-owners of farms, were not happy with the Premier's comments that childcare would happen organically. Katie Keddy wrote to the Premier in her role as president with the Kings County Federation of Agriculture, and again as part of the Maritime Agricultural Women's Network. Keddy was asking for financial support so that farmers as essential workers could hire someone to provide childcare so that they could continue to work. And Amy Hill, another farmer and mother, said in an article that, quote, "It feels like the government doesn't see us." Did you or your department reach out to these women who were raising concerns about childcare and their ability to work and therefore their ability to run their farms?
I
Minister.
personally had several discussions on that. It was not only by the women that are having this problem, which is a real problem. It is a very real problem for them. And also the Federation of Agriculture has been working very closely with this problem as well. They brought this up over and over again. That's a program that we don't administer, of course, through the department. That would have to be another department that would do that type of program. We would support a program like that. But again, and there's so many women now in agriculture and always have been, but they typically were never noticed in the past, unfortunately. But now, when you talk to the farm, it's oftentimes the wife that we deal with instead of the husband, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So as we move away from a different model, and more or less the same model of people living in a city and urban areas where both husband and wife work, on the farm is a little bit different because the day starts at daylight and ends at dark, and sometimes not even at dark. Through the crop season. So it's very difficult for women that have children that to deal with all the extra childcare problems they would have from that, and the hours they have to work on the farm to make the farm successful, and compound that with the fact that they have to deal with COVID and their staff. Besides that, it even makes it more difficult. So it's one that we're very, very aware of. And it's a policy that I probably would guess it would be better if you address that with maybe the Minister of Community Services or Minister of Labor, other departments than us. We recognize the problem. We've working with the Federation on this, and we'll continue to work with it on it.
Member?
I appreciate that answer, but I'm well aware of the problem, and I frankly just don't accept that your department cannot play some role in coming up with a response to the problem. The challenges faced by women in the agricultural sector are somewhat unique exactly because of those long hours, and also because many rural areas in Nova Scotia are basically childcare deserts where there aren't regulated childcare spaces available close to them. And I've heard proposals from these women and others. You know, there often are programs that support labor challenges in the agricultural sector. So why couldn't some of those programs be modified to encompass support for labor challenges when it comes to childcare, so that the most skilled farmer on the farm, who is often a mom, whether or not she's farming with her husband, and whether or not either of them is also working off the farm. As you know, farmers often have more than one source of income. But yeah, why couldn't the department work to support this particular labor market challenge as you do support farmers to address other labor market issues?
Minister of Agriculture. Minister?
Actually, to your point, on April the 7th, we're having a part of our digital program to replace our ministers' conference on agriculture, or fill in this year so we can have a live conference again, is women in agriculture. It's something we added this year we've never had before. And part of this is to hear from women about all the different challenges they have running a farm, working at a farm, childcare, all those different things. And we've got some pretty interesting speakers and people that are there. And once we correlate that and get some ideas, I think it's going to open up some new ideas and possibilities for women in agriculture as well, for more support and things they can do. But our regular programs are not really geared to do any of this. We're not geared up for it. And that's why it has to be another department that does it. And even the programs we have are national programs. And in order to make a change, we can't do it on our own. We have to get agreement across the country. And that agreement may be possible. And we're renegotiating the capital Canadian Agricultural Partnership now into the future. So a lot of issues on that we have to address, and we're working on that.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you for that answer. I expect that there might be a way. But the last time we were here in estimates, you said that your department had difficulty tracking rates of local food, consumption of local food, and maybe also production of local food as required by EGSPA, the old Environmental Goals and Sustainable Prosperity Act. And you were working on a new system to measure data. Have you resolved this situation? And if there are local food targets in the regulations for the new Sustainable Development Goals Act, do you feel confident you'll be able to produce numbers for the minister's annual progress report?
The Minister of Agriculture. Minister?
Thank you very much. And I'm glad you asked that question, because that is one of the most important things we have to track.
You pull the door.
And it's a difficult thing to track, and we've come up with some system to do it. We're going to come out very shortly with a consumer survey of what consumers are, what the food behavior is, what kind of foods they want to buy, what everything else. We also have, we're working with the retailers, the large retailers, to provide us with information on what the products are purchased from local farmers, because some of that we don't necessarily have. And that product information, they're a little bit concerned about sharing us detailed information on their own operations, but we've come up with a system where they would feed information into an overall system, and we come up just with an overall number, not identify the information where the information comes from. And that, I don't blame them for that, because it's a very confidential information and could hurt them in the marketplace if it's not handled properly. So we're working on that. We've working closely with the farmers markets. We're getting reports back from them now, and also from farm markets. It's all coming together. So within this year, we should have a reliable system of doing this. It's all part of our buy local program that we're rolling out, and we're tweaking it a little bit right at the time to make it more effective, to make sure we get more product on shelves. And also we're also talking to a lot of the farmers themselves to see what kind of sales that they're seeing locally. And again, that's a little bit more difficult to get because of so many of them. But we're tracking all that, and we're coming up with a system that we can be reliable, and we can have a baseline that we can work from that's real.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, and my apologies. My device is almost out of energy, and there is apparently only one electrical outlet in the Johnson room, which is where I'm standing next to. Thank you for that answer. Related to the Sustainable Development Goals Act, the province was meant to do public consultations on the targets that will be set in regulations, and this hasn't happened yet. Has your department contributed resources or materials for the upcoming consultations? And specifically, has the department done an analysis of the greenhouse gas emissions related to the farming sector in Nova Scotia?
The Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
To start with, we've been tracking greenhouse gases in the province. It's some project we started a couple of years ago. We fund a position with Efficiency Nova Scotia to actually work with the Department of Agriculture on farms and processing plants and everything. And we can prove right now we're just under 1,000 tons a year of greenhouse gases reduced already from farms and operations. Mostly it's on electricity savings and other savings as well, heating savings. And that's all part of our cost of production as well, as we're tracking this, as we get the cost of production up and on farms. We get some of the farms set up now or in the process of setting them up. We'll be able to track that almost by the minute. So it's going to be a big change over time. Nationally, they keep track of the greenhouse gases, but they really don't break it down very fine. So that is a goal we have, and we have had before even we started this process to reduce the greenhouse gases. And the Federation of Agriculture is very, very, very interested in this as well. So we have their full cooperation and ideas from them as well. We work very closely with them. So we're on the right track. Now we can accelerate this more, and we actually put the same position in place in fisheries to do the same thing in fisheries. So it's we're going at this reasonably aggressively.
Member?
Thank you. The Sustainable Development Goals Act also requires a climate change plan for clean growth by the end of December 2020, which we have yet to see. And according to the Act, the plan will address inclusive clean growth. What does that mean for the agricultural sector? And can you tell me how you're achieving inclusivity with the $5 million agricultural clean technology program?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Okay. We are working with the Department of Environment on a climate change adaptation program, and we've targeted initially three groups in our department, covered by our department: is Christmas trees, cattle, and horticulture. And those are all very good size operations, and we're working with them closely, and we're going to measure how we're doing this as well as we go through it.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. When I look at the agriculture in the classroom report for 2019-2020, I see a budget item for work with underrepresented communities. Almost the entire amount of the money spent on that line item was for French translation of materials, which I assume is so that that program can unroll in CSAP Acadian schools. What programming is directed in your department towards other underrepresented communities?
The Minister of Agriculture.
Hello. Hi, Lisa. Can you hear me?
I can. I think we're still in the middle. We're waiting for the minister to answer a question.
Minister.
Okay. Actually, we've done a lot of work in this area, and we've started before even our mandate letter come out on this topic. We've put programs, special programs in place for the Mi'kmaq community and also for African Nova Scotians in the province. We have full-time staff assigned to this. And one of the examples is of a lot of history with the blueberry industry, both in African Nova Scotians and the Mi'kmaq industry around blueberries, wild blueberries. So there's a big element of that. We've contracted with Hope Bloom, which was a great operation, as you're well aware, and the great work they're doing to develop garden kits so we could send the garden kits home with the children in the African Nova Scotian community so they can grow this stuff when the COVID was on and get an idea how plants do and tie that in with the classroom that the teachers were talking about. So there's we have not been able to go in the classroom, of course, with COVID, but our staff typically we would go in and give sessions to the community. So we're doing a lot around that, and we're going to be doing a lot more in the future.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, I think I have a little bit more than 10 minutes left. Is that right?
Yes, you have 16 minutes.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more question and then I'll turn the rest of my time over to Ms. Pon. I wonder if the department or if the minister could address the concerns that we've heard from constituents about a COVID outbreak on mink farms in Nova Scotia. We've had quite a number of emails about this. Does the department have a plan to respond to an outbreak of COVID-19 on mink farms, as has happened in Europe, resulting in significant culls?
The Minister of Agriculture. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The mink industry in Nova Scotia has a strict biosecurity system in place, probably some of the strongest in the world. No one is allowed on the farm that doesn't work on the farm. Nobody is allowed in the buildings that don't actually physically work in the buildings. But they had this developed over the years. They're also in the present have on order a COVID vaccine for all the mink that will be administered as soon as we can get it. That's been developed and it does work. They have that in place. We have not had an outbreak in Nova Scotia. And basically we were monitoring all the time. Our chief veterinarians monitoring and working with the mink industry. And I guarantee you the industry does not want an outbreak. And that's made our mink worth a lot more than it's ever been in a long time. So they're very conscious of this, and the biosecurity is incredible on these farms and always has been, but it's even heightened more now.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more question and then turn it over. Mr. Minister, what culturally relevant materials about vaccination has your department prepared or asked for as temporary foreign workers arrive in Nova Scotia? Will information about COVID-19 and about the vaccines be provided for in various languages? Spanish, I think would certainly be relevant. And how are you ensuring that that workforce that can be quite vulnerable is fully accommodated?
The Minister of Agriculture.
That's a question we asked very early on because we want to protect the temporary foreign workers. We also want to protect our farmers and our regular workers as well. The protocols are very strict around when the temporary foreign workers come in. The new system we have, and we announced yesterday that there's going to be extensive testing done by the Department of Health and health boards. And for temporary foreign workers at day 1 and day 12, that will be done by the Department of Health under strict isolation requirements for people for 14 days when they come in to protect them from contracting the virus here, and have been assured by the Department of Health that when a vaccine is available, they will be on the list to be vaccinated here as well. As we move forward, our only problem is that question period today, and what I've been hearing is we're just waiting for the federal government to release vaccines to us, and we're all set to go on all these things. But when they'll be vaccinated, that'll be up to the Department of Health.
Thank you. Just to be sure, member for Halifax Needham.
I'm surrendering my last 10 minutes to Ms. Pond. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you. I recognize the member for Cape Breton Richmond with 10 minutes left. Unmute yourself, please.
Give me the paper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I thank the member from Halifax Needham for ceding me some time. Mr. Minister, I would like to ask you a question with regard to farm animal welfare inspectors, which I know that a couple of years ago that we added that in, or you, the government added that area into the protocols within the purview of the Department of Agriculture. I'd like to know how many animal welfare distress calls does the department receive on a yearly basis, and how many of those calls are false claims, and is there any recourse for anyone who actually makes calls which are deemed as false?
The Minister of Agriculture.
I can answer part of this, and the rest I'm just, you'll have to give me a minute to get the rest of it. The enforcement for animal welfare calls are now handled by the Department of Environment, not by the Department of Agriculture. It used to be the Department of Agriculture. But these calls are usually responded to by a Department of Agriculture veterinarian when necessary, and with an enforcement officer from Environment. from someone making a false call. I'm going to have to check just here 1 second. I just want to confirm that, but anyone that does make a false claim, that really has to go to the Minister of Environment, to the Department of Environment, not us.
Okay, so may I ask you, Mr. Minister, because of course these animal welfare distress calls are coming obviously on farm. They're farm related, and so it's agricultural related, although the enforcement officer is officially under the purview of the Department of the Environment. Do you not receive any information with regard to how many claims, what areas basically are receiving the most claims, and what type of claims are being done? Is the Department of Agriculture not interested, or would you not be receiving some of that information?
I
Minister,
would believe that our veterinarians would be involved in all of that, get that information, because they would be a key part of that to reinforce the enforcement officers who may not have the medical experience dealing with the animals. But we work closely with the Department of Environment at their request for enforcement. But as you're aware, Department of Enforcement does enforcement pretty well for everything now in the province, except companion animals, and we've designated that to the SPCA.
And with just, I know, a minute or a bit of time left, I would again just like to ask, does the Department of Agriculture receive some sort of a annual report which basically outlines how many calls have been made that were reported, distress calls that were reported, that in fact there was a reason behind it and what the reason was. I'm just interested in the statistics. How many calls were real? How many calls were were false? What's the recourse if something is false? And I understand that's the Department of Environment probably question, but should the Department of Agriculture not receive some sort of a reporting process, considering it's agricultural related to anything related obviously to agriculture, but especially if there's obviously a false reporting issue going on with anything distress related with animals on farm?
Minister,
Just 1 second.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask how much time is left?
5 minutes.
Thank you.
Minister,
Again, we would have an update, a verbal update from the Department of Environment, an ongoing dialogue in the case of a complaint that they would need our expertise with, and that's it. You would have to go to the Department of Environment for any stats about how many false claims come in. We have no idea of that. We would only work on active cases at the request of the Department of Environment.
the member for Cape Breton Richmond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I'd like to change course now and just ask you some questions. Last sitting, we had done a lot of discussions around food and food security. I believe I had a chance to ask the minister a few questions about that at that time. I put in a bill myself, and I think a few other members put forward bills. Could the minister please tell me what are our goals for more self-sufficiency, more food security, because we saw obviously with the pandemic and with some, environmental changes that have been happening, we are not prepared. Basically, if we're cut off for a certain period of time, we are really not prepared. We weren't prepared for the pandemic. And I think that we are also not prepared considering we only produce less than 10% of our food here in Nova Scotia. I know that there are, continuous investments, but where are we? Where is the minister as far as a goal in mind to increase basically the amount of food security here in this province by, let's say, next 10 years? Where do we hope to be in 2020? Sorry, 2030, 2030, 2031.
Minister?
Well, it's a very important topic for us. I've been talking about food security for a long time, like I said before, even before COVID came along. No idea that COVID would really highlight the need for local food. I can tell you I'll give you some examples here. We have one greenhouse, I talked about it in my presentation earlier, that it will be operating basically, we say full-time year-round, but year-round will be all winter, and displacing imports during the winter time for tomatoes and cucumbers. Pretty high-tech, energy efficient, LED lighting, heating systems that are really innovative and up to becoming world standards. We're looking at the use of tunnels to extend seasons in the industry. This is all things that the industry is interested in doing, and it all spurs from the discussions we've had at the ministers' conference, trips we've taken with farmers to see technology in Denmark and other European countries where they really understand greenhouses, and that technology, some is being adopted from there, especially the lighting. They're doing incredible work around LED lighting, the colors, the times, and all kinds of cycles on lighting, which are critical to really improving the speed with which a product is ready to go to market. We're well on the way to this. And there's two important things with this. Number one, programs to help people do this. And the other thing is the industry willing to do it. And I can tell you the industry has totally changed in the last, I've been minister now pretty well 8 years. 8 years ago, this is a conversation that we didn't really talk about much, but now it's every time we talk to the industry, it's about how can we innovate, how can we use more things to extend our season. Even just by extending our season 1 month at the end of the season or the beginning of the season makes a difference. They've developed a day neutral strawberry that's basically a local strawberry. You see it on the shelves that is pretty well all season. And that's a fantastic operation. We did the announcement the other day on our new fund, a $5 million fund, in a greenhouse operation that will probably operate close to 10 months of the year for strawberries. And that's these things are really innovative, and the industry is really stepping up to adopt them. And we're there with programs to help them, and with research, joint research with them, and whatever we need to do to get them on board. Because without the farmers on board and them leading the charge, it won't happen.
Order, please. The time for this hour of questioning has expired. And again, we'll take our final COVID break for the afternoon, and we'll resume again at 4:21. John, will you be starting the next hour? Is it you that's going to be starting this, Dave, or?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Order, please. The subcommittee of the whole on supply is called back to order. We'll finish our final hour of the afternoon. And we recognize the honorable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River. We have 1 hour.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I just have a few questions around Perennia as well as the Truro Raceway as well, just to provide you a little heads up. So I guess how much of a grant will Perennia receive from the department this fiscal year? And this sort of ties into it. And how many employees work out of the Bible Hill facility at this time?
The Minister of Agriculture.
I'll just be a minute to get you the information.
The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much. And we have roughly 55 employees at Perennia. That changes from time to time. It depends if we have any vacancies and what we're working on. About 1/3 of those work in Truro and the other ones work in Kentville. And the budget we give each year to Perennia, just the standard budget is 2.458 million. Plus, there's several contracts that on an ongoing basis that they work on, both out of Kentville and out of Truro.
The member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. I appreciate that. Lots going on in Colchester County, in Truro, Bible Hill, in the agricultural industry. Anywhere from dairy to beef to even hop farms now in the county. And you talked about some exciting things happening there at Perennia in your speech. And I just want to ask this question to you, Minister. Why are the revenues estimated to decline this year by almost half of the forecast of this fiscal year? And why did you make those assumptions?
Minister. The Minister of Agriculture.
Could I get you to repeat that? You broke up really badly and we didn't get
Yeah,
the question.
definitely. So your revenues were estimated to decline this year by almost half of the forecast of this fiscal year. Why did you make these assumptions?
The Minister
Actually-
of Agriculture.
Actually, the revenue forecast this year for Perennia is up almost $5 million. And they budgeted for 99,741,000 and they're forecast the budget increase up to, not a budget increase, but a sales increase up to 14.9, almost 15 million. So it's the work they're doing, the contracts they're working on, and the opportunities for more work. Perennia is really expanding rapidly. And they're getting a reputation. They run a lot of programs for the federal government. They're doing a lot of research and development work for individual industries. Their reputation is getting out there as a solid establishment that can fill the gap between the university and the farmer.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, Mr. Chair. You're absolutely right. Perennia in Bible Hill is a great asset to the province, and just need a bit of a clarity before my next question. Is the Nova Scotia Exhibition Grounds owned by Perennia or the Farm Loan Board?
Farm Loan Board.
Okay, so what did it cost this year to run the Nova Scotia exhibition grounds? And what's the additional dollars, if available, for improvements or enhancements? Is there any in the budget?
Minister?
We can, well, we're going to spend on a capital program on a new horse barn, which is under design now, and on the racetrack, I forget the name of the building, but we're spending $4 or $5 million on that as well. So, yeah, so it's the grandstands. We're spending 5.2 million, and we're investing another 3.2 million in new barns. So we're going to make an almost $8.4 million investment there, capital investment.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the minister for answering the question. I'm leading into the harness racing piece in the Truro Raceway. The 4.6 million that was invested by the province in the summertime into the grandstand. I guess my question to you, Minister, is what's the strategy or what's the plan for the Truro Raceway?
Well,
Minister of Agriculture.
well, actually, we originally were budgeted for just over 4 million. It's actually gone to 5.2 now because we have to put some extra things in there for the fire marshal. So, which will be good news. What we want to see with the facility, and if you live in the area and it's your riding, you'll see improvements going on in the buildings, and all the old buildings are pretty well all gone now. The garbage has been cleaned up. We're kind of up with a code of conduct for people that use the facility, and trying to get the place to a really high reputation again, because I can tell you it was a disaster, and I'm being very polite, a total disaster. And it was in disrepair. There was all kinds of activities going on that aren't appropriate for a facility like that. Those have all been stopped. We have a great manager there now, and we have a group of dedicated people that are really working there. If it wouldn't have been for COVID, we would have probably broke even this year on the facility with the bookings they had for events and stuff. Now, the facility is a Nova Scotia Provincial Exhibition, and that's going to be the home of the Nova Scotia Provincial Exhibition, hopefully forever. The ownership of the facility hopefully will stay with the loan board forever. Department of Agriculture is not allowed to own land, but the loan board is, and there's a whole big long history to this. So someday offline, if you want to have a chat about it, I'll give you all the history on it. And it's one of those files that's been wicked to deal with, very rewarding to deal with, and very disappointing to deal with, and everything in between. But now we've turned the corner. You can see major improvements going. You see the roofs going on the old barns there. A lot of really good things, and you must be hearing from your constituents how happy they are that it's not an eyesore anymore. It's an asset to them and to the community. I know the village of Bible Hill has been just ecstatic and unbelievably good to work with as far as we're concerned. So we're very, very happy about that. We're dedicated to harness racing in the province. There had to be some changes, so I would have to talk to you offline about that, not here. Give you the total background, and you won't have to worry about anything being held back. But that we're dedicated to harness racing, and one of the ways to do this is through the grandstands being properly set up. The viewing station and the grandstands that the judges used to use wasn't safe to walk to. Never mind occupy. It was that bad. So all that's been taken into consideration, and we're cleaning the whole place up. We got a lot of work there left to do, and we will hopefully over the next few years, make some more investments there. We have a little bit of criticism from other facilities, other places in the province, but this is the only provincially owned one, and it's going to be provincially owned to protect that asset for your community in Truro, Colchester County, and indeed the province. It almost got turned into a subdivision, an industrial park. And that's why we took ownership of it at the time, and there was money owed to the loan board, so that gives us a tool to do it. We've had all kinds of problems. The problems don't not with us, but they're old history stuff. And again, I will gladly sit down and talk to you, or we can do a Zoom call or whatever you want. It'll take more than an hour to go through it all, and then you won't believe half of it, and it's all true. So the cure in the past had always been write a check, make up the deficit. Meantime, all kinds of weird stuff was happening that's not appropriate. So we stopped writing the check for that and started holding people accountable. So it's a success story that's almost there, and we will get it there, and we would like to work with you to make it happen because it's beneficial to you and to your community. The last MLA for the area was very, very helpful with this file as well. She understood what was going on, and we would have a sort of off the record conversation about exactly what's going on, and give you a better understanding of what the dynamic is there. But I can assure you, we're totally dedicated to preserving harness racing. We've got to get that facility up to a really good standard that we can bring in horses from all over not only Atlantic Canada, but maybe beyond. The way it was before and the condition was in, if I had a $250,000 or $1 million horse, I want to bring my family and race my horse in Truro, I'd come and visit it and go home again. I wouldn't even race my horse. It was that bad a situation. So that's been rectified now. We've got some great people there now working, and harness racing people are fantastic to work with now. And it's really turned the corner. We're going to be late getting the buildings done because of COVID. Been some delays, and the track people tell me that the track's in the best condition it's ever been in, and they're maintaining it themselves, and that will continue. But we're taking over all the buildings, and we're going to rent the buildings out, and the rent will be proper rent for a facility like that, and that money will be all turned right back into renovations on the harness racing part of it. And we put it all together so the exhibition, harness racing, and work closer together. And that hasn't always been the case in the past, and it's held the facility back. So we have great management in place now. It's a positive story, and it's going to get better. And you'll notice since you've been elected, a lot of things happen. We've had a lot of, you can see with the new roofs on the barns, they're all leaky. That would have destroyed the structure. We've taken down the last barn that had to come down. I don't know how many barns, 5 or 6 we've taken down now, maybe more, and clean up all the junk. You're going to see that the roads are going to be, we're buying equipment to keep the gravel roads in really good shape. They should have their hands on that. And then we bought them a 100 horsepower tractor so they could maintain the facility. The horsemen actually took the lease over the other tractor we had so they can maintain the track. Their responsibility for to maintain the track. And we got some commercial lawnmower to mow the grass. The grass wasn't even being mowed before, but it's an eyesore. All that stuff is taking place. So we're a lot of improvements. If you have any ideas around it, how we could even make it better, I'd love to hear them. If there's any way to put them in place, we will do that. There's not a question. This is provincial. Well, it's a maritime Atlantic Canada showcase. It used to be, and we want to bring it back to that standard. And once we get back to that standard, the place could be more than self-sufficient with the proper management. We're putting the proper management and the proper safeguards in place.
The honorable member for Truro Bible Hill, Millbrook, Seven River.
Thank you, Minister, for that explanation. Yes, I'll definitely follow up with you. I'd love to learn a bit more. We are in the hub of Nova Scotia in Truro. Yeah. Oh, sorry. We are in the hub of Nova Scotia, so it's you're right. It's a pass through for maritime provinces, and so excited to have the track up and running again. And I'm glad to hear that we have a new manager there, and things are running well. So look forward to chatting with you in the future about that. So, Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd like to pass over the remaining time over to my colleague, Colchester or Cumberland North, Elizabeth Smith McCrossy.
Thank you. I recognize the honorable member for Colchester. Oh, here we go. For Cumberland North, I have said it too.
Thank you, Keith. Thank you, Dave. It's great to see everyone. I have to say, Minister, I love the wood. I love the room that you're in. I was noticing that. I also just want to say thank you to the work that's being done for harness racing. We have a lot of owners of horses that race here in Cumberland North. It's a very important part of our economy here. So thank you for the infrastructure that's being done there. I've got a few questions because, as you know, Minister, agriculture is a very important part of our economy here. And one of the things that I've been looking at this year and working a little bit with our municipality is around our barns, the physical structures. We've got a lot of physical barns that unfortunately have, they're in the middle of they're falling down in disrepair. And it's been a challenge for a lot of our farmers to find the money to maintain and keep their infrastructure strong. So I've talked to the municipality about trying to find ways to incent people that have these barns in disrepair to fix them up or to tear them down completely for improvement. I'm just wondering, is there any money provincially for farmers, for infrastructure, for capital costs, specifically for barns?
I'm going to have to check this 1 second.
Okay.
Minister.
I just wanted to make sure that that I recall this properly. There's one good note with all this. We don't have, to start with, we do not have a program for infrastructure anymore. But our loan board does cover the construction or maintenance or whatever it is of barns. Just have to apply to loan board, and they just told me that there's an increase in the loans for infrastructure, barn repair, replacement, an increase this year of 44% over last year. So that's a really good sign. So anybody that's interested in fixing their barn, they can get a loan from the loan board. Unfortunately, we don't have a capital program for that anymore.
The honorable member for Cumberland North.
Okay, thank you, Minister, for clarifying that. I'm wondering, speaking with beef farming is huge in this area. So I have a two-part question. One is, some beef farmers have shared with me that they've had a hard time with their normal beef sales due to the pandemic. And I'm wondering if there's any relief packages or programs for beef farmers specifically due to the impact on their business for the pandemic. And the second part of my question for that is an update on the maritime beef strategy. And I do believe my colleague from Kings North did already bring that up, but I would like to ask specifically, as it relates so much to Cumberland North. We have so many beef farmers, and of course we have the Napan experimental beef, Napan experimental farm, and the beef, testing barns as well there. So wondering if you could answer that.
Minister. The Honorable Minister of Agriculture.
The system works well so far, but it's a couple of things, two or three things. I answered this before, but we have I mandated our staff to go and look at all the beef farms in the province, and the Beef Association, Producer Association, didn't necessarily have some of the bigger farms, particularly in your area, involved because they just didn't see the value. So we had a dedicated staff member that actually called and emailed 31 of the beef producers in the province. And as far as I know, in the last briefing I had, we contacted all the large ones, and they'd be mostly in your area, to talk to them about what kind of programs would help them, what they needed, how we should do this. And my staff told me they were sort of shocked that they got a call from us, because that typically never happens. And they're even more shocked when they got a follow-up call to discuss more ideas and dialogue with them. And that's going to continue with us. It's something new we're doing. And with a dedicated person working on this file, it's going to make it better. What we want to do is we want to get the industry to grow in the province. And it's a difficult one to get to grow. It's very expensive. Not everybody can get into doing it. It's all to do with pasture land and getting the right cattle to produce so you can get a premium product. All those things you have to take into consideration. So we've been working with the industry ever since I've been there, and they said when I first came there they weren't happy with the program. So I challenged them. I remember the meeting we were in Toronto, and I said to them, "What do you want?" And well, we want the program changed. And I said, "No, that's not what I asked you." I said, "What do you want? What do you need? You come away, you go away, come back and tell me what you need to make your industry grow." And they did. And I kept the same envelope of money in place, and they told me they wanted cattle handling equipment, and specifically what it was, and we put it in place, and we did that. And that was a very successful program. We have to move way beyond that now. We were looking at the possibility of looking at genetics and all kinds of other things that we would need to improve the herd in Nova Scotia. And a lot of the cattle farmers in your area in particular are already doing this. And they're doing it on their own, and they pride themselves on the beef they produce, and they should, because it's some of the finest beef there is.
Right.
And but they, how do we not necessarily take any of their trade secrets away, because we're not interested in that, but how do we increase the quality of our herd in the whole province? That's a question we've been asking. We've been asking that too. We did get rid of the bull bonus because it did nothing to help that happen. It was just a transfer of money and didn't really do anything. So we've taken that money and repurposed it into new programs. And we want to get better programs in place, which we're working towards, but we want to get the input from the industry. Often we hear not enough consultation with industry. They can't say this with this one this time, because we've been there. We want to know from them exactly what they need. And then we'll put a program in place to do that. So we're very interested, we're very excited dealing with them. And they are part of the cure for our sustainable food supply. Our only problem is processing. And that's done at PEI, which is fine. But we've also made a significant investment in the abattoirs in the province to get their capacity up. And we're going to keep that going on. And it's a program we worked on jointly under CAP with the federal government, and tried to access more money through that. So some of our small provincially inspected facilities could look at CFIA. And if not, they could just improve their equipment and processes towards CFIA. And it was a pretty good uptake on that. And if you're interested in that, I can get the exact number of how many people took uptake on that. Do you want me to get that now?
I really would be only interested in if Dickey Meats were given any support. They're a incredible, they're at capacity. They could, if they were larger, we have many beef farmers that would be using them, but they just can't, they're beyond at capacity. And I'm not aware that they were given any support.
Yeah, we could, if, we could through loan board, we can give them loans, we put programs together that aren't repayable to help that kind of expansion. We want the expansion, again, for food security. And also it creates, career opportunities for people in the province too, and all kind of added value products and all the things we need to do. So if you, want to talk to them about that, let us know. And we'd be only too pleased to, work with them with a business. We'll even help them with a business plan, help them pay for a business plan. A lot of things we can do, but it's got to make economic sense for them to move forward. And we'd love to see that happen.
I'd love to see that too. And I know this isn't under your umbrella, but they went through a lot of stress about 3 years ago when environment didn't replace a retired inspector and told them that they were going to have to change their hours of operation based on when environment would provide an inspector. And the hours were actually inhumane for the animals. It was really, and they were just ready to pack it in because solely on the way that our government was not working with them. Anyway, I know that's not under your umbrella, but it's unfortunate that inspectors for the abattoirs are under environment, because I don't think they have a good understanding of the beef industry and the demands of them, and it took a lot of work to get them on board. Anyway,
Well, I'll put it to you that way. I'm very familiar with that.
Yeah.
We did a call from them on that particular issue.
Yeah.
And you will notice that once they get a hold of us, it was resolved very quickly.
Yeah.
And it's
Yeah.
not a problem anymore.
No, it's not, but it was very stressful on the business for quite a while, because it took quite a while before we got anyone to listen. But there's a lot of potential for growth there, because I know that there's a facility, the processing facility in PEI, but if we can be processing right here locally, it certainly helps with the transportation costs and that. So earlier you mentioned.
One other thing, if I could just add to it, I don't want to take
Sure.
your, but the CFIA has got a program now to move provincially inspected facilities to CFIA standard, recognize them. So I don't know if they're aware of that or not, but if not, let them know, and our staff will gladly work with them. And if they're interested to move towards CFIA,
Okay.
we can do some different things to help them get there.
Okay. You did mention just about that some people didn't see the value, or that you only spoke with large beef farmers. So do you know if I was curious how you define large, like is a certain number of head of cattle?
I believe it's a number of cattle. We've got some pretty large beef producers in the province, and typically they didn't belong to the association.
Okay.
For whatever reason. I mean, that was their choice. And we would always deal with the association. But I instructed our staff to reach out to all of them. And they've done that. And now we're getting feedback from them directly to see what they say. Now, there's some common threads to what they're telling us, and some of them aren't common. But the common threads are easy to address, and the ones that aren't common may be very important overall that other people just haven't mentioned. So we're looking at the whole realm of it.
Okay.
Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair. Well, I appreciate that. Beef farming is very important in Cumberland North, but as our dairy farms, although we only have a couple left, we've had a lot of growth in our sheep farming, and very proud of the work that's been done in setting up the processing plant for that. Of course, maple is important here, as well as our blueberries. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this. We have a beautiful large apple orchard in Malagash now, and also several vineyards. And I'm curious, with your department, looking at your budget, do you have any staff from Department of Agriculture that are actually based in Cumberland County?
Minister. Minister.
There's actually two full-time staff in your area, and they have access to all our other staff and all the services.
Okay, now are
Member for
they,
Cumberland North.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Are they actually in Cumberland? Because I was only aware of staff that are based out of Truro and they're responsible for the whole northern zone.
Minister. Minister.
Depending on the time of the year, we found out we actually have three people that live actually in Cumberland and work from there. And sometimes in the summertime in the pan, we would have 2 extra to 3 extra staff there all summer, in addition to the 2 already there.
That's
The
great.
member for Cumberland North.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm really happy to see that because it must be a change from the last time that I spoke with someone in the department. So I'm really glad to see that change. I think that if the department invested more heavily into the Cumberland area, I think you would see a significant return. I'm obviously biased, but I think we have some pretty incredible people here. There's been a whole movement with local organic food, a lot of small operations that are just growing. I'll use the word organically, but they are moving along forward. And then of course, we have several other sort of new and emerging as well. And I think any support that we could get from the department would be welcomed. And where we do have documented 30% of the arable farmland in the province, I see a lot of potential for us to be a part of a province-wide strategy to increase local food production in our province of Nova Scotia. And I know you've heard me speak about that before, but we all know that temperatures are rising and that is changing just how fertile and how productive. We do have a longer growing season here in Cumberland now than we did 30 years ago, and becoming even more an integral part of our agriculture system. So I do want to move on to another topic of great importance to our area and really to the entire province and maritime region. And I did mention it in my speech in reply, and that is the study that is due to be released next month. That's in collaboration with New Brunswick and the federal government regarding the Chignecto Isthmus. And I'm wondering if you, I didn't see it in the budget when I was looking through estimates. So I'm wondering if you know where the money is going to be coming from in our province, in our provincial budget. I just want to make sure. I know that there's a commitment to climate by this government, and I'm wondering if we're going to see that commitment in actual money committed to the Chignecto Isthmus. And as you know, it's a long title, but the Chignecto Isthmus Climate Change Adaptation Comprehensive Engineering and Feasibility Study is the one that's currently underway and it was due to be released last November. And I think they're hoping it'll be ready by April. And that report will be making recommendations on how to repair and rebuild 35 kilometers of dike land all along Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, the Chignecto Isthmus. So I'm just wondering if the minister has any information about that.
Minister.
Just give me a couple minutes.
Mr. Chair, about how much time left?
18 minutes.
Okay.
Minister?
Okay, the review is still underway. Very soon it's going to go to consultation. The cost is estimated at $700,000, and half of that comes from the province funding. The other half comes from New Brunswick, and there's probably some funding in there from the federal government too. There's a this is not, I can't verify this number right now, but it looks like that area protects about $35 billion in assets. So it's a critical infrastructure corridor for Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and the federal government. So with it going out to, it's got to go to a consultation after this original one is done. Once that is finished, that would include the Mi'kmaq community, all different kinds of consultation. And then once that's done, then we'll go for an engineering design process. Once that's finished, get some kind of an estimate what it's going to cost, and then we got to find the money someplace between the two provinces and the federal government. So this is it's a long process, but it's a process we have to go through if we ever hope to get any funding from the federal government.
Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you're quite right. It's incredibly important for the future of this region. It even connects the high voltage transmission lines between Nova Scotia and New Brunswick for shared to balance our electrical generation, as well as passenger travel, commercial travel, connecting the Maritimes as well as with the rest of the country. So it is critical infrastructure for sure. So just want to make sure that our province has budgeted for contributing to that work. Mr. Chair, I'm wondering if the minister can speak to greenhouses, and wondering if there's anything in the budget to encourage growth and construction of greenhouses in the province to contribute to an increase in food production year round.
The Minister of Agriculture.
I'm glad you asked that question. The answer is yes.
Good.
Part of the $5 million we just announced is to improve the efficiency of greenhouses, look at tunnels, all the different things that we can and extend our seasons in earlier spring, later fall into winter even. So that can be accomplished with tunnels. Some of the greenhouses can go to full year-round operation. They're looking at the possibility of geothermal energy, solar energy, heat pumps, all the things that we never even considered before because they didn't think it would work here, but definitely will work here. It all goes back to a trip we had to the Netherlands about 3 years ago now, and we asked the greenhouse operators and some of the major people in the province, and people who are very keenly interested in moving in that direction to come with us. They have since gone back, a lot of them, and made connections with the people there that we've met. And actually in the valley right now, there's one of the operations that's gone to LED lighting, improved their heating system, and they're going to year-round production. I don't know if they did it last winter, but they've been geared up for it this winter. and they'll be able to run all winter, supplying cucumbers and tomatoes. And there's other ones there, Stockdites Farm, you're probably familiar with them.
Mhm.
Great operation. They're making some upgrades all the time. Very, very progressive company, very vertically integrated, great people to deal with, and they're looking at upgrades. But it's just not them. We're looking at, we're doing a raspberry project undercover with the Mi'kmaq at Webster's Farm. They bought Webster's Farms. This is new technology, and that will increase the yield and extend the season. Now, raspberries don't sound very exciting, but it's a huge market for them. And we have not been filling it because of all kinds of problems we've had in problems with diseases and other things with raspberries that have stunted the growth. The really disease that doesn't cause any problem for the berry, but it stunts their growth and they don't get the production they should. So that's a new project we're working on. We did start that last year. They're going to put, I believe, 1 acre in production. There's another operation that's looking at, 2 more operations looking at doing the same thing. That's under a program we have. So we're very, very interested in that. We've been talking about tunnels for a while, and the industry now is really starting to say, yes, we should do that, especially with the climate change we're seeing, and the season's longer anyway. They could probably some of them already are in production in some of these things. And with the evolution of the new berries, like the new strawberries, that's going to be under glass very soon and in the field. It's going to extend almost year round for strawberries. So that all these things are adding up and they're all coming. We've been working on this for a long time, and it's coming, and it's exciting to see it's coming. It's coming, I think, just at the right time. Because
Well, could I ask a favor?
what's that?
The person that's in your department that's working on that, I'm wondering, is there any way they'd be able to reach out to me? And to
Yeah,
talk
we-
to houses.
We got several people working on it, actually. And actually, if you could just give me a list of questions you want answered. And whatever
Okay,
you want to do.
this is what I would love is I would love, not just me, in my neighboring area, Cumberland South, we have an incredible potential with geothermal industrial park. And I believe, as many believe here, that greenhouses would be perfect for that, because of course, one of the biggest costs with greenhouses is heat, and you have a 70% heat savings with that. So if somebody from the department would be willing, and I'm very familiar with Den Haan as well as Stoydek, and I've even reached out to them to see if they'd be willing to consider expanding up in this area. But I just see such potential. I feel like right now is the right time for that development. So something to ask. I would like to give the remainder of my time to my colleague from Kings North. And I want to thank the minister for having this opportunity to highlight some of the questions and concerns with Cumberland North. So thank you.
Just before you go, I'd like to also let you know that we're working on a geothermal mapping in the province with the Department of Mines. And that's well underway. We started that about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. So there was no geothermal mapping, and you're right in your area. So we are looking at that, and once we get that information, we've got other people from outside the province interested in making investments too. As long as they don't compete with our existing greenhouses, we'd be welcome to see them come.
Okay, thank you very much.
I recognize the honorable member from Kings North with 9 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess with the permission of the board here, I do want, or the members of the committee, and particularly my NDP colleagues, I want to just offer time for the minister to make his closing resolution to end the agricultural part of that. I guess I would be looking for a nodding of the head from, I'm just looking. So I know we need to have a couple minutes for that. I see one yay. So if that's okay, I'll allow the last couple minutes for that. I do have a question for you, and there's actually many, many questions, Mr. Minister. So I know there'll be more time, I'm sure, at some point. One question I do want to ask, Mr. Minister, I wrote you a letter about 5, 6 months ago about a gentleman who was involved in the Small Farm Accelerator Program, and through, in my opinion, and I realized the department had another opinion, but his claim, which had been all signed and approved, had been rejected. His name, I'll give you his name because you know it. I wrote a letter about Lauren Quinn, and I guess I don't want to get into the details of that right here, but I just want to request that at some point in the session we have a conversation about that and just address that. I realize I have very, very little time left. I do want to just ask the minister about the next round of business risk management and cap negotiations, and just suggest to the minister there's an incredible interest in land clearing. We see land clearing on the valley floor on fields that have not been farmed in 100 years are being farmed again. So will there be a land clearing portion in that? I realize it's happening in the absence of subsidy virtually, but our goals about food self-sustainability would be much. That means we need more land farmed, and this is a way to make that happen. So I just wanted to ask the minister about that.
Minister.
Yes, we are negotiating now with the new CAP program, whatever that's going to be called. And yesterday we made a national agreement to remove the reference margin and move the ag stability up to 80% from where it was, which the industry has been talking about. So that was agreed to yesterday on a phone call. On the gentleman you talked about, of course, I can't comment on that publicly, but if you want to give me a call, I can get you the information on that particular one.
Member?
Yes, Mr. Minister, maybe we'll make it a Zoom call. I don't know. I would appreciate that. So I would like to just, at this point, I know we have, I don't know how long your motion would take to do, but I do want to have time to do that at the end of this. And there's so many other things to ask about. I guess, Mr. Minister, I did want to ask about community pastures. Tell me what's happening there.
Well, we have done a study. I think we've got the final report, or almost have it. The first report came in, it just wasn't very well done. So we went back to the proponent, that's one of the hold up here, the person that was doing the study, and laid out in no uncertain terms. Here was the term of the agreement, you didn't fulfill it. So they have fulfilled that now, I think. And we're just waiting to get the final part of that back. It looks like there's quite a few recommendations in that we're going to act on, and we want to put something in place that the community pasture system isn't plagued with the problems we've had in the past with uncles and aunts and brothers and sisters getting community pastures. No one else could get them. All the stuff that is a problem in parts of the province, but not other parts. So we want a system that works well. And I think we've come up with that. And we want to make full utilization of those pastures. And we want to make sure that the people that really need to use them are going to have access to them. And that we can grow, they're perfect for beef and some other things in some areas. So whatever the best best is for there. So we're moving in that direction.
Mr. Ministers, why show community pastures as a part of the Farm Loan Board? That's a curiosity of mine. Why is it wrapped into that in your statements?
It's really a simple answer. They're the only ones allowed to own land. The Department of Agriculture is not allowed to own land. They actually won't own most of those community pastures.
Okay.
Member?
I'm finished.
Okay. Minister, I don't know if you can make your closing remarks in 4 minutes or less.
No.
Okay. Turn it over to you.
Well, with your permission and the committee's permission, I would like to read the resolution first and then finish the time off with a few comments. Could I do that?
Sure.
Okay. A resolve that a sum of not exceeding $40,613,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Agriculture pursuant to the estimates.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Contrary minded? Motion, the resolution is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, I'd just like to wrap up with a few comments. I want to thank the members for the questions they've asked. All the topics they've raised are critically important to the province. And I'm pleased to have that happen. And anyone that wants to contact me by Zoom or phone, we'll arrange that to talk in more details about any of the things you've talked about or anything else you want to talk about. Because we work together on this, we've got a great opportunity to create a even stronger economy and agriculture in the province. And during COVID, there was a lot of concern with the farms that some of them weren't going to plant, with all kinds of problems. But that was all overcome. And the industry has done very well this year. Probably some of the farmers tell me that it's been the best year they've ever had. They get better prices for their product because of COVID. Some of them get better crops. Now that's not across the whole board, but a lot of it is. And there's a lot of issues we're dealing with. So I'd like to, put that offer out to any of you, but we'll do it by Zoom or a phone call, however you want to do it, doesn't matter. And I can bring on, if you tell me what the topics are, I can make sure I get that information available to you, or I'll get it after the call. And that goes for everybody on this, because we're in this together, and the better economy that we can create for Nova Scotians, the better off we are. I'm really pleased to see one thing that's happened in the industry, and it's still totally not resolved. When I first became minister, we had a major problem with succession, major problem. And that's a topic I don't hear very much about anymore. You can see a lot of younger people now when you go to meetings or with their children there and their parents. Some cases, in some cases, people are buying farms, which is really positive. I'm glad to hear, Mr. Lohr, that land is being cleared that definitely hadn't been cleared in years, and that's a good sign for Nova Scotia. I'm pretty well up.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay.
Time to read it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and it's always a pleasure to come before this committee.
Okay, thank you, Minister, and thank you to everyone. We got through the first 4 hours.
Can you read your resolution, please?
Done.
The resolution was done already. Thank you, Keith. It was a pleasure again, as always.
Okay, so we will meet again on Tuesday. Just keep an eye out for the hours, but it'll be after daily routine. And I believe it's going to be fisheries and aquaculture in this particular subcommittee group on Tuesday. So with that, folks, I want to wish everyone a great weekend, and we'll see you all on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.